I now call the May 12, 2026 meeting of the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Board of Education to order. There being no opposition to any items on the agenda is adopted by unanimous consent. I turn to Board Member Haynes to introduce tonight's pledge leader.
Thank you. Good evening. Tonight's pledge leader is someone who brings both joy and depth in every space he enters. He has quick wit, a natural sense of humor, and the kind of personality that can make people laugh even on a hard day. But beyond that, Glenn is thoughtful, intentional, and truly embodies tonight's theme of caring. Friends, it is my honor to introduce Glenn Steele Johnson as our pledge leader this evening. Glenn is an aspiring entrepreneur with dreams of starting his own pet care business, and he is already showing the kind of vision, discipline, and leadership that tells me he is well on the way. As he looks ahead, attending Georgia State University and majoring in biology, Glenn continues to balance a demanding academic schedule that includes honors courses, while also being a proud member of the boys volleyball team at West Charlotte High School. Somehow, he still finds the time to pour into his many interests and commitments with excellence. Glenn has also continued to lead while actively working toward earning his Eagle Scout badges. That journey requires dedication, leadership, service to the community, and a real commitment to personal growth and responsibility. Those qualities are not easy to sustain, especially at a young age, and Glenn carries them with humility and strength. He would also like to give a special shout out to the educators who continue to support and encourage him along the way. Mr. Davis, band director at West Charlotte High School, Miss Fields from science, Mr. Nayarko in math, and Mr. McNeil in science. Joining Glenn this evening to celebrate his accomplishments are his mother, LaTanya Steele, his sisters, Brianna and Alicia, his father, Leonard Johnson, and principal, Paula Cook. Following the Pledge of Allegiance, Glenn will also share a short essay about caring. Please join me in warmly welcoming Glenn Steele Johnson.
Everyone please stand so we can do the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Hello, my name is Glenn Steele Johnson, and as you can see, I'm a Boy Scout. I abide by the Scout Law. This law contains a list of traits that we must portray as Boy Scouts. One of those traits is caring. One would define caring as a feeling or showing concern for or kindness to others. As a Boy Scout, I will always take in consideration of other people, but I pride myself in caring not for others, but for everything. I have the charge and duty to assist those in every area because of who I represent, and making an impact is not only important to me, but it is a driving force because I am a proponent of change. One caring act can change the mindset of others throughout a community and this world. My passion is caring for animals, because they are some of the most vulnerable and important beings. It is my plan to lend myself to caring for them not only as a business owner, but as someone who focuses on their care because they deserve that much. Caring for them does only entail feeding and providing shelter, but also caring enough about the ecosystem in order for us and them to breathe clean air and reside in a clean environment. Just doing the little things like picking up trash, listening to gas emissions, and caring about our surroundings would make the biggest impact in our society. These caring acts would foster better relationships and bring others together in our community. In conclusion, caring has caused many creations, policies, and great changes have come from caring. So help care for the planet, the animals, and especially us as people.
I turn to Dr. Hill for the acknowledgement of our SOG students tonight.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are really excited to celebrate our 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade students who are with us this evening who have demonstrated extraordinary performance in reading. Tonight, students, I'm going to call your name. Please stand when you hear your name called and remain standing just for a little bit because our photographer is going to get an individual picture of you. We would ask that the audience hold their applause until all of the names are called. At the very end, we'll ask all of our students to stand, as well as all of our parents and family members and staff members, administrators who have come to celebrate you as well. All right, so we will start with Allison Martinez Diaz, Hidden Valley Elementary. Mahogany Strickland, Newell Elementary. Neiman Pierce, Joseph W. Greer Academy. Parker Warren, Mallard Creek Elementary. Sophia Stoker, Collinswood Language Academy. Khalid Ahmed, Elizabeth Traditional Elementary. Irma Hernandez, Esperanza Global Academy. Machozi and Tugano Rama Road Elementary. Kimberly Mendoza Perez, Torrance Creek Elementary. Nathalyn Snorton, Huntersville Elementary. Jocelyn Aguilar Domingo, Devonshire Elementary. Cortland Jackson, Whitewater Academy. Spark Cancu, Westerly Hills. Ariel Medall, Albemarle Road. Madeline Irvin, Collinswood Language Academy. Michael Bullard Jr., Collinswood Language Academy. Anevelis Perez, Endhaven Elementary. Justin Orlana, Grove Park Elementary. Lizzie Ramirez Miza, Oaklawn Language Academy. Yomali Velasquez, Hidden Valley Elementary. Jaden Alfaro, Joseph W. Greer Academy. Julian Cannon Smith, Elizabeth Traditional. Joshua Perez, Dorothy J. Vaughn Academy of Technology at Parkside. Alex Alvarez Rodriguez, Mary Oaks International. Shakari Kennedy, River Oaks. Davian Dupree, Elizabeth Traditional. Adrian Fatin Cargelo, Collinswood Language Academy. Mason Dunlap, Winding Springs Elementary. Grayson Pegues, Beverly Woods Elementary. Prince Bizamongo Habakarama, Barnett Elementary. Atlas Richardson, Dilworth Elementary. And Cassidy Furry from Palisades Park Elementary. Will all of our students, family members, administrators, teachers stand to be recognized? We want to say congratulations once again. Thank you so much for being here. Later this evening, we will be discussing the board's Goal 2 report for 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade reading. So again, congratulations. We know that it takes a lot of hard work and a lot of sleep. So please go ahead and go home, get in the bed, and we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Have a great day.
Consent agenda items were provided to board members in advance. Is there a motion to approve as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Shipp, second by Rankin. All those in favor, by show of hands. It's unanimous, Madam Clerk. I turn to Dr. Hill for tonight's personnel appointment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This evening, we have 2 personnel appointments. The first, we will begin with Roderick Brewington. Mr. Brewington is the new Assistant Superintendent of Middle School Performance A. Mr. Brewington has 29 years of experience in education and is currently serving as the Executive Director of Middle School Performance Area A. He's also served as the Assistant Superintendent of High Schools in Johnston County Public Schools. Congratulations, Mr. Brewington. Next, we have Tasha Gatling. Ms. Gatling will be the new principal at Irwin Academic Center. Ms. Gatling has 24 years of experience in education and is currently serving as the principal at East Mecklenburg High School. She's also served as the assistant principal at Idlewild and Piney Grove Elementary School. Congratulations, Ms. Gatling.
That's what I'm looking at. But why is this not working? I turn to Vice Chair D. Rankin as Chair of the Policy Committee for the first reading of the creation of Policy B-OCLA, Office of Legal Compliance and Advocacy.
Madam Chair, this is the first reading of the proposed creation for Policy B-OLCA, Office of Legal Compliance and Advocacy. The proposed policy does the following: establishes the Office of Legal Compliance and Advocacy, OLCA, officially replacing the former Office of General Counsel, creates the role of Chief Legal Compliance and Advocacy Officer to oversee the OLCA, and mandates that this position reports directly to the Board of Education, formalizes the office's responsibilities, tasking it with advising the board on all legal risk management, compliance, policy, and advocacy initiatives. The Policy Committee met and considered these modifications at our May 4th, 2026 meeting and voted to recommend approval by the full board.
I turn to Vice Chair Rankin as Chair of the Policy Committee for the first reading of modification to Policy P-CNTR, Teacher Contracts.
Madam Chair, this is the first reading of the proposed modifications to Policy P-CNTR, Teacher Contracts. The proposed modification do the following: requires a teacher to hold a North Carolina continuing professional license to be eligible to be recommended for a 4-year contract, requires that a teacher who completed a 4-year contract demonstrate effectiveness by receiving a rating of at least proficient on all standards on the most recent annual evaluation to be recommended for a subsequent 4-year contract, removes the current requirement to demonstrate effectiveness by receiving a rating of at least accomplished on the majority of the standard on the most recent annual evaluation. The Policy Committee met and considered these modifications at our May 4th, 2026 meeting and voted to recommend approval by the full board.
Thank you. Now we have public comments, and I'm sorry, last first reading. I turn to Vice Chair D. Rankin as Chair of the Policy Committee for the first reading of creation of Policy S-SFRS, Student Free Speech.
Madam Chair, this is the first reading of proposed creation of Policy S-SFRS, Student Free Speech. The proposed policy does the following. Demonstrates the board's support for First Amendment freedoms with operational necessity of maintaining a safe and focused educational environment. Confirms that while student expression is protected, administrators may intervene if speech is materially disruptive, violates the rights of others, such as bullying or threats, is lewd, or promotes illegal substance use. Explicitly prohibits discrimination based on opinion, ensuring that discipline is never applied based on a student's political, social, or religious perspective. Extends the policy's reach to all school-sponsored events and provides a framework for addressing off-campus or digital speech that creates a direct threat to school security or the well-being of the student body. The Policy Committee met and considered these modifications at our May 4th, 2026 meeting and voted to recommend approval by the full board.
All right, for public comments this evening, the rules are as follows. Only speakers who have timely signed up for public comments are eligible to speak. Speakers are not permitted to read statements or speak on behalf of someone else. Responses to questions or engagement between speakers and the board or individual board members do not take place during this comment period. Each speaker will be called to speak one at a time. Each speaker will have a maximum of 2 minutes to address the board. Each speaker may speak on any topic of their choice except individual student or personnel matters, since these matters are confidential and not appropriate for public comment. For these matters, the board encourages you to contact the appropriate department, staff member, or our board office. Speakers are encouraged to share comments or criticisms, but should avoid personal attacks, accusations, threats, and insults. Speakers should also refrain from revealing student names or sharing personal addresses, emails, or any other identifying information. Profanity or any other language will not be allowed. The board reserves the right to cut off any speaker who violates these rules. As I call your name, please come to either podium and speak in the order that you're called. So you can, whatever podium is close to you, there are 2 down here, and then there's 2 behind you at the very top of the stairs that the mics are on. The first 3 speakers are Preeta Bhandari, Richard Maximoff, Balata Bhaskar Raj.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Preeta Bhandari, and I'm here on the behalf of keeping Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools the way they are. As a 3rd member of my family to go to Levine, upcoming student body president, and an active member in CBCC's student and academic life, I fully believe middle colleges would continue to benefit the success of juniors and seniors if left from 11th through 13th grade. I can't imagine what my 14-year-old self would do trying to figure out what college classes to take and what major I might want to go into, which is why 9th and 10th graders should take those first 2 years to adjust to high school before jumping to thinking about college the way 11th and 12th graders should. The opportunity for traditional high school students to take challenging classes are available through dual enrollment with CBCC, IB programs, and AP classes. By adding freshmen and sophomores to our school, we are being equal to students. And if equality is a part of the district, why should middle colleges' rights of academic rigor be taken away by getting rid of AP classes and expanding schools known to be just upperclassmen? Levine Middle College is such a special school and is the only school with a history of a wait list. And what I love about Levine is being surrounded by a group of like-minded individuals, students who genuinely want to be a part of the program rather than attending just because a parent or guardian encouraged them to. Also, our teachers play a crucial role in our success due to the opportunity to get to know each and every one of us. Due to our flexible schedules, smaller classes, and supportive staff, each student receives assistance catered to the individual. And expanding the school to include grades 9 through 12 could change that environment. Lastly, middle college gives us the opportunity to mature academically, socially, and emotionally before making a major college decision. In middle school, students are often too young and inexperienced to fully understand the impact of choosing an early college pathway. So I'm grateful I had the chance to attend a traditional high school first, and later make a more informed, independent decision through middle college. Unlike early college programs, middle college allows students to experience high school life. Can I finish my sentence?
Just go ahead.
Okay. Ultimately, middle college provides students with the time and experience needed to grow, develop independence, and make long-term educational decisions with greater maturity and confidence. Thank you. We are Levine.
Thank you.
Good evening, CMS Board of Education members, and welcome back. My name is Richard Maximov, and I am a student at Levine Middle College High School. Last year, I addressed our concerns about the lack of transparency regarding the middle and early college mergers, and once again, I'm back for the same reason. Over the past month, I've used CMS resources to compile a list of discrepancies within the 2024 comprehensive draft, including but not limited to student feedback methodology and false information on CMS websites. According to the community input session schedule on CMS's website, CMS had input sessions at multiple high schools in the county to gather students' feedback on the 2024 draft. However, none of the schools listed were middle colleges, making it extremely difficult to share feedback due to work or transportation issues. Middle college students never had their voices heard because CMS wouldn't take the time to come out and talk to us. In addition, the draft FAQ incorrectly states that middle colleges usually don't result in a full degree under section, quote, "What is the difference between an early college and a middle college," unquote. CMS said that early colleges sometimes graduate with either a full associate's degree or significant credits, while middle colleges earn some credit but not usually a full degree. However, 62 to 68% of Levine Middle College students graduated with an associate's degree from CPCC. CMS says the early college program is the better opportunity, when in reality, the middle college system is working just as intended, allowing scholars to get significant college credit and, in most cases, an associate's degree. CMS always talks about getting an inclusive space to foster education. By not allowing students to speak their mind, demeaning our program, and creating a divide between juniors and seniors and freshmen and sophomores, it will put middle college as a major step back. Instead, CMS needs to recognize that our school has been successful for 4 years, allowing students to graduate with an associate's degree, and that our culture is what makes our school so great. All I ask is very simple. Come to our schools for feedback, and instead of replacing us, learn from us. Learn what makes our program so successful by visiting all the middle colleges, and don't take away our program because the numbers say so. We want our voices heard, and remember, we are Levine.
Before you start, I want to call the next name, Shrenek Shadarala. You can begin.
I would first like to thank the board members and CMS for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Bala Baskar, and I'm a proud student of Levine Middle College High School. We are standing here today in the hopes that we can prevent you from making a mistake, one that hurts the most vulnerable of our school district, the mistake of changing Levine Middle College to an early college program. To give you some background, I moved here from Canada my sophomore year. New country, new friends, new school, new life. I didn't fall back, and I succeeded academically, but that was just on paper. The traditional school system was shrinking me, making me invisible, camouflaging me with the thousands of other students at my high school. I needed a way out, but I was already 2 years deep. Levine gave me that way out. Levine saw students as more than just numbers. It saw us as people. Levine gave me opportunities I would have never had. Levine didn't push me, but it cleared the track so that I could sprint toward my goals. Levine rekindled something in me, something that was being buried. But that isn't why I'm here. I want us to understand that I'm no exception. Hundreds of vulnerable students walk into campus every single year with circumstances that the traditional system just didn't understand. A move across countries, family hardship, a bad start to high school, these circumstances wrap around young students in the middle of their high school career and suffocate them. I was just an example. Levine exists for students like me, students that may face more thorns in their path than others do. Moving forward with this change of Levine would force future students to fall behind what their potential holds for them, this time without the safety net of Levine. Sure, we'll keep our grades up and look okay-ish on paper, but isn't it the job of our school board to push struggling students forward? I'm begging, pleading, and heck, I'd even get on my knees. Don't rip this opportunity from the future students like me and the hundreds of others at Levine Middle College High School. By doing this, you're erasing a lifeline, a second chance, a last hope. You're erasing it for the students that undergo hardships in the midst of high school, hardships most won't ever understand. Thank you. We are Levine.
Thank you. Next is, on this side will be Joseph Burry. You go ahead.
Good evening, Mrs. Superintendent, board members, and everyone who's watching today. My name is Shrenik Sridharala. I am a 11th grade student at Ardrikale High School, and I'm a certified financial educational instructor. Along with that, I lead an organization named Teen Wealth Academy that delivers free financial literacy education to K-6 students in the area of Charlotte. In the past year, we've taught over 500 CMS students and attended over 8 camp locations across the entire East Coast solely for one mission: to spread financial literacy. And from every session that I've taught, here's one thing that I've learned. Kids in this district are hungry to learn about money. They want to know how it works, and they want to have that feeling of managing money, but they don't have that opportunity. You see, financial literacy is not something that you can give a high school senior and expect to stick with them their entire lives before they graduate. It's a skill that needs to begin being developed from a child's very formative years. It's a skill so crucial, maybe even the most crucial, that me and 4,326 other community members believe that CMS does not have enough of. My organization does as much as we can to go into every single school and teach financial literacy to these younger students because they need it. Just last week, we went to Ray Farms and taught over 200 third graders financial literacy skills. But that's not enough, because true change arrives when a governing board like the CMS board in front of me is also involved in that mission of providing financial literacy to students. I will continue to reach out to every single one of you, and I really hope that the CMS board will join me on this mission to provide financial literacy for free to anyone, anytime, anywhere. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Joseph Burhay. I'm a junior representative at the student government at Levine Middle College, and I also want to talk about the middle and early colleges merger, which I have several critiques of. In about 110 pages of both the draft comprehensive plan and the 2026 school choice program, which I had to read in full because the CMS input, at least at our school, has been quite lacking, as much of the student population are in the dark about this. Talking from the logistics point of view, you state that the middle colleges are not in full enrollment. At least for our school, we are. We have about 185 students. So quite frankly, we wouldn't have the room. With 5 classes that we have and 5 teachers, we would not have the room for any additional students because the rest of the classrooms are being used by CPCC. Even then, we'd have to triple our staff, not just for the sheer number of students, but also for the amount of high school classes they'd have to take as prerequisites for many college classes. Logistics aside, another thing I wanted to point out is that one benefit of middle college, as some people over here have touched on, Pretty and Richard as well, is that it gave me 2 years of the high school experience, which I very much enjoyed. I made a lot of friends. It gave me time to mature as a person from 8th grade. I mean, from 8th grade, I have plenty of photos and videos I hope no one ever finds again. And when it comes to middle college, it's a lot more of an insular environment. You're a lot more on your own. And it's not all plain sailing when everything gets knocked from under your feet. So it took me a while to adjust, and I think I have at this point. But turning these into early colleges, not only does it change the hours back to regular high school hours, which I can assure you no high school student favors, but another thing is that it's pretty hard to adjust from 8th grade to an essential college experience, especially when you're shooting them down the career path so early when they haven't even had their first job yet. So in summary, not only are the logistics a bit flawed, but it really just rushes the years by and doesn't really give them any time to become a person. And for anyone who took the I-77 today, I apologize.
Thank you.
Ansley Hawk, Sharon Robinson.
Good evening. I just have to tell you that this has been a big day for me. Earlier this afternoon, I was inducted to Irwin Academic Center's National Elementary Honor Society, and now I'm speaking here before the school board. My name is Ansley Houck, and I am a rising 5th grader at Irwin Academic Center, and I want to start by thanking you for giving me a chance to be heard. My parents and teachers have been talking about the recommended plan, and we have been trying to understand where students like me and other Irwin Owls in the green and blue zones fit in. I know this is a big decision, and you have to think about thousands of students at once, but I came tonight to put a face and a voice to one student being affected. I've worked hard for 4 years at Irwin, and I love it there. The program, the teachers, my friends, and the whole school. I want to graduate 5th grade with my Irwin friends. That matters to me, and I feel like I've earned it. From what we understand, this plan could force my family to make changes just so I can stay in my program and still get to school. We are being told that this plan guarantees LITD students a path through middle and high school without re-entering the lottery. But for me, that path would lead to Piedmont Middle and then West Charlotte High School, where I would not have bus access. So even though the path is supposed to be guaranteed, I may still have to re-enter the lottery and hope for a school where I can stay in the program and have transportation. I know what you are doing is hard, but I am here as one of your hardworking LITD students asking you to consider an option for students like me. If this plan takes away our transportation, we should have a say in where we go next. Please work with schools and families to identify students who will lose transportation and give us the option of a guaranteed spot at a school in our program within our zone. I think that this would be a fair way to protect both access and equity for students like me. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you all this evening.
Soraya Thomas. Oh, shoot. So Soraya Thomas and Rayla Smart, if you can come down.
Hi, I'm Sharon Robinson. I'm a junior at Northwest School of the Arts and a Right Moves for Youth ambassador. 84% of United States high school students report using AI for schoolwork as of mid-2025, so addressing this topic cannot be postponed. Me and my team of ambassadors would like to propose 2 suggestions to the CMS school board because we believe AI needs regulations. First, opt out of AI data training. One way artificial intelligence uses content is through a process called data scraping, where AI uses public data to build its base knowledge. A risk of this process is data leakage, where sensitive information put into these AI tools has the possibility to be exposed to third parties. As we know, Canvas has been hacked. A malicious group accessed the personal information of over 200 million users through a platform that was supposed to be for teachers. This shows that groups looking to do harm will find vulnerabilities anywhere, and public AI filled with student data from assignments is another security breach waiting to happen. Amp up your privacy and opt out of any data training. Whichever websites educators and students frequent, ensure that their data is automatically barred from public platform usage as long as they're using CMS devices and websites. This prevents it from possibly being used to train sketchy AI models. Our second suggestion is to utilize AI checker websites. These websites function by pasting text into a text box, and the website calculates the % of AI usage. We encourage educators to use these websites to check their students' work and ensure it's authentic. Getting by with AI is helping education die. Students aren't learning because they aren't the ones actually doing their assignments. They're skipping out on foundational skill sets they'll need for the future. However, don't fully rely on these checkers because they're AI themselves and bound to flag things incorrectly. It could flag citations and phrases that may be critical to completing the assignment, and the student is being punished for following instructions. Use your own judgment first, and if you're still suspicious, turn to peers. Let checkers be your last resort. CMS, please opt out of data training to preserve security, and educators, please utilize the tools you have to your disposal. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are ambassadors from Right Moves for Youth. My name is Rayla Smart.
My name is Soraya Thomas.
We are students at Harding University. Today, we're focusing on mental health in schools and why it matters for students across CMS. Many students don't feel comfortable opening up to adults at school. Some don't know who they can fully trust, and others automatically say, "I'm fine," even when they're struggling. Students also feel like schools focus more on academics than emotional well-being. Even though the two are connected, when students are overwhelmed or mentally exhausted, it becomes harder to succeed in class. What's missing isn't care, it's communication, visibility, and support.
CMS has the opportunity to take meaningful action. One idea is exploring a 4-day school week to help reduce stress and outburn for both students and teachers while giving everyone more time to rest and recharge. Even starting conversations about balance and workload could make a difference. CMS should also continue making mental health resources more visible, accessible, and constantly talked about across schools. Students are more than grades and test scores. If we want strong schools, we need stronger mental health support. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Haley McClary and Rihanna Smart.
Good evening, members of the CMS School Board. My name is Haley McClary, and I want to speak about how discipline is affected by more than just student behavior. The area a school is in can influence the environment, resources, stress levels, and challenges students face every day, and that needs to be considered when talking about discipline. Students in different communities experience school differently. Some students deal with poverty, unstable housing, violence, transportation problems, or responsibilities at home before they even enter the classroom. Those pressures can affect behavior, attendance, focus, and emotional control in school. That does not excuse harmful behavior, but it does show why discipline cannot be treated as a one-size-fits-all system. When schools lack counselors, mental health support, and intervention programs, punishment often becomes the easiest response instead of the most effective one. Students are more likely to improve when they feel supported and respected, not just punished. Accountability is important, but understanding the reasons behind behavior matters too. If we want safer schools and better outcomes, we must focus not only on punishment, but also on prevention, support, and equal access to resources across all schools. Thank you for your time.
Hello. My name is Rihanna Smart, and I'm a 10th grader at Harding University High School. And in Discipline Diaries, we talk about how OSS and ISS can interrupt the student's learning and negatively affect the student's grade and attendance. For example, at my school, ISS, you could get put into ISS if you arrive past 8 a.m., but there's still 40 to 30 minutes before the block ends, which students can take that time to make up work, but can't because they're sitting in ISS. Discipline is handled differently depending on what school you go to, and discipline isn't always constantly applied to everybody. For example, if you're a student athlete, you tend to get in less trouble than a regular student who goes there because student athletes are most likely to be seen as the face of the school. Discipline can be addressed as unfair and can cause chaos in a school, which is unhealthy for a school and can show a school's bad reputation. Parents can be included into their students' school life by putting them in programs that can help them. Thank you for your time.
Dolores Hamrick, Maurice Witherspoon, Shelby Dixon.
Good evening, everyone. I am Dolores Hamrick. I am a senior at West Charlotte and an upcoming freshman at North Carolina A&T, and I am here on behalf of Right Moves for Youth Ambassadors. I am honored to speak today about the importance of culture and belonging in our high schools. When people think about education, they often focus on grades, test scores, and academics. While those things matter, there is something equally important that often determines whether a student truly succeeds or whether they feel like they belong. One of the biggest problems many students face in high school is feeling unseen, unheard, or disconnected from the environment around them. Some students walk into school every day feeling like they have to change who they are just to fit in. And when students do not feel welcome, it affects their confidence, participation, and mental health, even their ability to succeed academically. I know this because I experienced this personally. There was a time when I was a student who stayed quiet, kept to myself, questioned where I fit in, but my experience changed because the people in my school made the effort to create a welcoming environment. Every morning, my principal stands in the hall greeting students as they walk in, and something as simple as being acknowledged can truly change a student's day. Teachers like Ms. Fields and Ms. Barrow created classrooms where students feel accepted, heard, and comfortable being themselves. Those moments may seem small, but to students, they mean everything. Because of that support, I grew to being the student who did not always feel connected to someone, who now participates in leadership, speaks confidently to different groups of people, and feels proud to represent my school community. That transformation shows why belonging matters. School culture is more than decorations or school events. It is the feeling students carry when they walk through the doors every morning. It is knowing that some adults and peers care about you and what you succeed. A solution we can continue creating is building more intentional spaces for connection and inclusion through mentorship. Student mentorship opportunities, supportive teachers, and environments where every student feels valued and heard. Sometimes the smallest actions, greeting a student, learning their name, and checking in on them can make the biggest impact. Because when students feel like they belong, they do not just survive in school, they thrive. Thank you for your time.
Good morning. My name is Maurice Witherspoon. I currently attend Julius Chambers High School. I am a junior, and I will be planning to attend Winston-Salem State University. I am also an ambassador at Right Moves for Youth. So, CMS schools often experience unequal educational opportunities dependent on the school and backgrounds. Access to resources while other schools have lesser opportunities, let's just say that. As far as maybe books or organizations, basically, all this to say is we feel like all schools should be equal. We feel like all schools should have equal opportunities, no matter what side of town you live on, where do you live, or where do you go to school. Some policies need to be changed as far as CMS goes. Some schools get more funding than others. By experience, I went to West Charlotte High School and then I transferred to Chambers. I was currently in my second year of culinary, and I was also doing interior design, and I could not take neither one of those courses when I got to Chambers. So I had to drop both courses, and I could not get my certificate for culinary. And as far as that goes, thank y'all for your time.
All right, I will make this very fast. Oh, never mind. All right, my name is Shelby Dixon. I am a senior at Palisades High School, and I am also attending the illustrious North Carolina Agricultural and Technical State University in the fall. Aggie Pride. Okay, so in addition to what Maurice had said, some other concerns to be expressed is the presence of immigration and customs enforcement near schools, which can add to the challenges that students already face. This can create fear and anxiety, particularly for immigrant students and their families, making it harder for them to feel safe and be able to focus at school. Along with unequal funding, limited access, and to academic programs and fewer extracurricular activities, these opportunities or these issues can negatively impact students' confidence, engagement, and their potential to, thrive. To further improve equity across CMS, changes are needed at multiple levels. This includes revising policies like the stool restriction and dress code, which something that Maurice kind of touched the surface of is like how a lot of these things that were allowed, such as his culinary program, and he wasn't able to take that. BSU is not allowed to have stools this year, same with Model UN, which was a very quick change from last year. So I think that these things should be reconsidered and perhaps more fairly enforced. Also, dress code being a big issue in inclusivity and not being fairly executed. Also, in increasing funding, sharing resources between schools can help ensure that all students have access to quality education and opportunities. By listening to student voices and addressing these concerns, CMS can create a more supportive and equitable environment where every student has a chance to succeed. Thank you so much for your time.
Roxana DeShong Myrie and Emily Vogel.
All right, good evening, everyone. Legislative delays in Raleigh are intentionally withholding the state budget, creating a fiscal chokehold designed to destabilize our district from the inside. This manufactured scarcity is an attempt to implode our school system. Our children are being used as political pawns to justify privatizing education. The school board claims a 1.7 enrollment decline justifies right-sizing staff, but a district-wide average is a dangerous metric when localized growth is exploding. In the South End and Uptown pipelines alone, over 7,100 new apartments are coming in. These corridors of opportunity enrollment isn't declining, it's soaring. The proof is in the capital plan. The Park Road Relief School is projected to open this fall at 99% capacity, cutting specialized staffing by 10%, while opening new schools at maximum capacity is a mathematical contradiction that puts our children at risk. For exceptional children, this right-sizing is devastating. Reassigning 26 facilitators removes the clinical expertise required for these high-growth caseloads. Without these specialists, we cannot provide the ABA and research-based interventions our students legally required. In overcrowded schools, this leads to the student regression and a failure to provide free, appropriate public education. Met County has the power to protect our most vulnerable. I have provided a research brief detailing these growth corridors and clinical necessity of ABA. I urge this board to reject the state's narrative of scarcity, exempt EC and behavioral specialists from these reductions, and earmark funding specifically for ABA training. Our children's education is not a political pawn. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Emily Vogel, and I stand before you today as a former CMS teacher, educator of more than 11 years, and now a mom to a future CMS kindergartner entering school in the 2027-2028 school year. And I'm speaking tonight on behalf of the K Needs Play initiative. First, thank you to the members of the CMS Board of Education for allowing me to speak tonight. I also want to sincerely thank Dr. Hill and Dr. Balknight for their responsiveness, openness, and support to this initiative. Their willingness to explore play-based learning in our schools gives many of us hope, and for that we are grateful. I have spent years of my life advocating for public education. I never would have imagined that as my daughter approached kindergarten, I would feel uncertain about what her school experience might look like. But the truth is, I am worried. I'm worried because she has that spark, that natural curiosity, joy, creativity, and love of learning that every child deserves to carry with them into the classroom. During my 11 years as an educator, I watched too many children lose that spark under the pressure of rigid expectations, developmentally inappropriate demands, and as a parent, I'm terrified of that happening to my own child. Play-based learning is not less learning. It's meaningful learning delivered in a way that aligns with how young children grow naturally and develop. The research is clear. Play-based learning supports cognitive development, attention, problem-solving, critical thinking skills. It fosters social and emotional growth, communication. It strengthens language and literacy, and even supports physical development through fine and gross motor skills. Now the question is, what comes next? Tonight I'm not here to praise play-based learning. I believe most people in this room already know the value that it has. We need a clear, intentional plan to bring this approach to the classrooms. First, observing schools and districts where play-based learning is successfully being implemented. Providing teachers and school leaders with training and support necessary to implement the model effectively. Secure funding and establish ways to monitor student growth to maximize this across the district. Tonight, I urge you to take the necessary steps to make this initiative a priority for the 2026-2027 school year. Our children deserve classrooms where their joy is protected, curiosity is encouraged, and the love of learning remains alive. Thank you.
Anna Wooten and Molly Whalen.
Good evening. My name is Molly Whalen Auerbach, and I'm speaking today on behalf of the K Needs Play community. I want to give you an update on recent happenings. We're excited to share that we met with Dr. Balknight, Deputy Superintendent, 2 Fridays ago. She told us that CMS is supportive of adding a 1-hour play-based, screen-free learning time to the kindergarten schedule. Dr. Balknight has already committed to visiting schools in Cabarrus County and in Asheville to see play-based learning in action, along with a cohort of principals later this month. Since our meeting, we have provided Dr. Balknight with a short list of interested principals from a diverse cohort of schools who want to be part of the first steps in adding play-based learning back into CMS. We have a follow-up meeting scheduled with her for Thursday, May 21st. It is so heartening to see that the district shares our concern for ensuring that students' kindergarten experience is developmentally appropriate and aligned to research, so thank you. We also want to come back to offer on partnership. We're hopeful that the principals who want to begin using play-based learning next school year, 2026-2027, and who feel confident in their teachers' abilities to do so would not be held back by the district. The community is watching closely. Allowing these schools to implement a play-based learning period this fall, which is aligned to the CMS Science and Social Studies curriculum, would be an act of good faith that will make families and teachers feel heard and supported and provide evidence for a district-wide rollout in future years. We are willing to provide funding for training by the same experienced educator who helped Cabarrus County transition to play-based learning. We will provide funding for needed materials, and we hope the district will allow a trial period of play-based learning next year. Thank you.
Is Anna Wooten here? No, okay. Heather Arteria, Tanya Ortega.
Good evening. My name is Heather Altieri. I'm a former CMS teacher and a parent to a rising CMS kindergartner. I left the classroom 4 years ago because of a growing disconnect between what I knew my young learners needed and what I was being asked to deliver. I'm here to speak tonight about teacher retention, because if we want to recruit and keep great teachers in CMS, we must create environments where they can do what's best for kids. Through the K Needs Play initiative, we surveyed CMS kindergarten teachers anonymously. When asked if students would benefit from more play-based learning, the response was overwhelmingly yes. Teachers shared that students are struggling with problem-solving, communication, and self-regulation, and we know play is essential to building those skills. They also believe it would reduce behavior challenges and increase engagement throughout the day. Just as importantly, teachers said play-based learning would make their classrooms more effective, more developmentally aligned, and more sustainable. Many described current expectations as developmentally inappropriate, and that misalignment is contributing to burnout and decisions to leave the profession. Supporting play-based learning isn't just about better outcomes for students. It's about creating conditions where our teachers can thrive. We're grateful for your openness to this conversation, and we hope you will act with urgency by allowing a cohort of willing schools to begin implementing play-based learning this fall. Our teachers and our youngest learners can't afford to wait. Thank you.
Hello, members of the board, Superintendent Hill, and Deputy Superintendent Balknight. My name is Tania Lucia Ortega Ijar, and I'm here to talk about a simple truth. Kindergartners don't keep. Next year, around thousands of kindergartners will start at CMS in school and are more likely to be we know from this research that kids who have a positive experience their first year in school are more likely to be academically and socially successful throughout their school careers. That's why we recommend starting a small trial of screen-free play-based learning in schools who feel confident in their teachers and can manage this next year rather than waiting until 2027. We understand that a full district rollout by next September would not be realistic, but we also know an overall change will be more successful in the future if a small number of schools are allowed to implement play-based learning sooner rather than later. Through a small trial, CMS can collect data on student impact and help prepare for a larger scale implementation. Waiting another year means an entire class of children lose that opportunity. A pilot next year gives us a chance to start small, learn quickly, support teachers, and build a model that can grow. Our youngest learners should not have to wait for what research, teachers, and families already know is best. Muchas gracias.
Becky Hess and Shannon Banas.
Good evening. My name is Becky Hess, and I'm the parent of a rising kindergartner. I could tell from the budget conversations how much mental health meant to all of you. We are so grateful that the district is considering adding play back into kindergarten. Play-based learning is supported by so much research, so much evidence. Even years after kindergarten, is a proven antidote to anxiety and depression. Because we all care so deeply about students' mental well-being, we urge you to move forward with a trial program of play-based learning in a small number of schools next fall. In order to gather data, after a small pilot program, schools across the district will have more information to make sure play-based learning is a success. We know that increasing play is good for the whole child. Play fosters emotional regulation, social competence, and resilience. Play provides children with tools to manage stress and navigate complex social environments. When children have opportunities to develop positive coping mechanisms in the context of everyday stress, they are better prepared to employ and expand upon these mechanisms as they encounter increasingly more complex stress as they get older, up until the ages of middle school, the evidence shows. From things they learn in kindergarten, think about that. When they have play-based learning in kindergarten, they're able to still deal with things in middle school, just in a play-based learning program. We know that change across a district as huge as ours is challenging, and there will be bumps in the road. So implementing an initial small group this fall will ensure a timely future rollout across the district. We can't afford to wait. Thank you all so much for listening tonight.
Shannon? No. Anna Weiner? Bill Fountain?
Well, good evening. I'm Bill Fountain, fellow citizens. I'm a retired school teacher, and one of the key things I want to talk about is that a flourishing society, the family must be honored. At last month's school board meeting, I pointed out that CMS had contracts with 2 NGOs, that's Epic Books and EL Education, who include stories for young children about same-sex parents, homosexuality, and transgender. Now, they justify this on diversity, equity, and inclusion. That, to me, this action perpetuates evil, deviant behavior in young children, thus eroding the family unit. Some say that's antiquated ideas, or you shouldn't be condemning behavior. But I say, hey, that's not true. Jesus says he doesn't condemn behavior. He doesn't condemn us. We condemn ourselves by our own behavior. These deviant behaviors taught as normal degrade the normal family, the natural family of one man, one woman, and children, and thus by corrupting the basic sexual morals. Since the family is our fundamental unit of authority in our society, it is the scorn of socialists and communists. Why? Because they want to control the rearing of children to manipulate them to achieve their materialistic or socialistic goals. Now, if I was in CMS or at school board, I wouldn't want this on my leisure when I meet my maker. Thank you. You have a good day.
Next, we have Ella Oliver and John Del Grande.
Good evening, members of the CMS Board of Trustees. Aside from ongoing challenges in navigating board policies and non-timely responses from staff personnel, including interpretation of GRR and assessment of international transfer credits and disputes under policy SREC, but I will leave those for another day as we work through staff. I'm here this evening to raise concerns about the current GPA-R policy and the unintended consequences it is creating for some transfer students across CMS. At the core of the issue is equity. Students who transfer into CMS often do not have the same opportunity to accumulate honors or AP coursework as students who have been in the district longer. As a result, their weighted GPA and class rank may never fully reflect their true academic achievement, work ethic, or potential. My daughter is one of these students impacted by this policy. She's a very high-achieving student, yet because of circumstances outside her control, materially affect college admissions, scholarship opportunities, and other post-secondary options. According to the NACAC, colleges and universities use GPA and class rank as part of their initial screening and eligibility process. These metrics matter. When students are compared peer-to-peer within the same school, but one group had fewer opportunities to earn weighted credit before arriving at CMS, the result is effectively an inequitable assessment system. The policy may not have been designed to disadvantage students, but in practice, that is exactly what is happening for some families. I respectfully ask the board to review the GPA-R policy through the lens of fairness and equal opportunity, and to consider adjustments that ensure transfer students are not academically penalized for educational paths they had no control over. Every CMS student deserves to have their achievements evaluated on a level playing field. I was a school trustee for 11 years in a district that had 200 schools, a $1 billion budget. So I appreciate the work that you do and undertake to ensure equity, fairness, and excellence without exception. Thank you for your time this evening.
Just want to be sure, Ella Oliver, Jordan Abshire, Alyssa Sharp.
Hi, I'm Jordan Abshire. Alyssa Sharp and I are here on behalf of the Shamrock Gardens community, specifically, and the Green Zone more generally, to address two concerns with CMS's proposal for IB-LIT-D middle school magnets. Two issues. In the CMS proposal, the violet zone does still not have a full IB middle school in its zone. CMS proposed to do this in 2023 by converting J.M. Alexander to a full IB middle upon completion of new middle school 2. If CMS followed through with that conversion, then Violet could attend J.M. Alexander, located in the Violet Zone, Green could attend Piedmont, located in the Green Zone, and Blue could attend Randolph, located in the Blue Zone. This would achieve CMS's goal of transportation efficiency and would meet CMS families' interest in proximity. The second issue, under the CMS plan, the Green Zone has almost no lottery seats allocated to the full middle school magnet proposed to serve its zone, Marie G. Davis. Converting J.M. Alexander and assigning Piedmont to the Green Zone would solve this. If CMS does not follow through with converting J.M. Alexander, it has to find another way to rectify the lottery access imbalance among the zones. The solution that would have the most impact on lottery access and transportation efficiency, working with Piedmont, Randolph, and Marie G. Davis, would be to assign Piedmont to the Green Zone where it is located, Randolph to the Blue, and Marie G. Davis to the Violet. This would create a much more level distribution of lottery seats between the zones than the current CMS plan, but it would not be optimal because Violet would still have to travel out of zone. But it is more efficient than the current CMS plan, which has both Violet and Green traveling out of zone. Lastly, if CMS chooses not to assign Piedmont to the Green Zone, a smaller fix that would still improve lottery access partially for the Green Zone would be to set Shamrock's feed to Piedmont and East Meck, which is the path our community has followed for over a decade. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Alyssa Sharp. I'm a proud Shamrock Gardens parent. As Jordan mentioned, Shamrock to Piedmont to East Meck has been the path our community has followed for over a decade. Maintaining that path would improve transportation efficiency, open more lottery seats for all Green Zone families. Maintaining that path is also consistent with several CMS guiding principles, including proximity, stability, reliance, student retention, diversity, and SES. I'm going to focus on two tonight. Proximity. Piedmont is 1.5 miles away from Shamrock Gardens as the crow flies and is easily accessible by foot, bike, scooter, whatever you want, on neighborhood streets for many of our families. By contrast, transporting Shamrock graduates to Marie G. Davis and Dilworth requires crossing multiple busy uptown arteries during rush hour with stoplights timed to allow traffic to flow into uptown instead of around it. CMS has noted that this plan will result in shorter bus rides and more on-time arrivals. That is not the case for Shamrock families. Reliance. Shamrock families have relied on CMS's representation that Shamrock magnet students have a continuation guarantee to Piedmont. As recently as October in 2018, former Associate Superintendent to Student Assignment and School Choice, Akeisha Craven Howell, confirmed in an email to former Shamrock LITD Magnet Coordinator that magnet students in the Center City Zone have a guarantee to Piedmont. Shamrock families have relied on this access to Piedmont in their decision to enroll their children at Shamrock. Removing access to Piedmont would be unfair and would contradict CMS's guidelines. Before we leave, I would like to call out a letter and email that was sent to each of you on Tuesday, May 5th on behalf of the Shamrock Gardens community from Jordan and myself, which explains all of this in much more detail. Thank you very much for your consideration, and we look forward to discussing this with you.
Stephanie Klitsch, Judge Elizabeth Charsh.
Good evening. My name is Stephanie Klitsch, and I am the co-chair of the Foster Care and Education Work Group of Mecklenburg County's Model Court Advisory Committee. I am also a co-director of the Education Law Program at Charlotte Center for Legal Advocacy, where we work statewide on efforts to support the educational needs of students experiencing foster care. Through these roles, I have had the distinct pleasure of working closely with the 4 CMS DSS educational liaisons. The liaisons are instrumental in supporting the educational needs of students in CMS experiencing foster care, whether the students are in Mecklenburg County's custody or the custody of another county throughout the state. I've been heartened by the recent thoughtful conversations between board members and district leadership about the needs of CMS students experiencing foster care, and I strongly support the superintendent's revised recommendation to retain the 4 liaison positions. For decades, the liaisons have been a model of how partnership and cooperation should occur between school districts and child welfare agencies to fulfill their federal responsibilities towards students experiencing foster care. The liaisons regularly consult with staff, which leads to improved implementation of federal laws. The liaisons are embedded in both CMS and DSS, adeptly and efficiently bridging the education and child welfare worlds, ensuring that students experiencing foster care are identified, supported, and not lost between agencies. They also train staff at both CMS and DSS. Their depth of institutional knowledge is on ready display in every setting they enter. I respectfully ask that the CMS DSS educational liaison positions, along with the close coordination between CMS and DSS, remain in place for the foreseeable future. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. I'm Elizabeth Trost, your longest serving juvenile court judge, and I come to you with nearly 2 decades of experience in juvenile court. The CMS liaisons are not merely administrative positions that support DSS. They are subject matter experts in child welfare and educational law and the procedures that are necessary to ensure that children in foster care needs are met. And their unique interdisciplinary roles confer reciprocal benefits to CMS and DSS. Child welfare workers. They provide training and consultation on the law and procedures that ensure that children in foster care receive the resources and support that they need to prevent disruptions in their education and ensure access to all of the educational supports that they're entitled to under federal law. But more importantly, these investments have significantly improved educational outcomes for children in our county over the last 2 decades. When I first became a judge, the kids that I saw in foster care, they were failing out or they were truancy'd out of school. And the kids that are in foster care in Mecklenburg County today, because of these resources and investments, are thriving and succeeding because of the intentional support that these liaisons are able to coordinate for our kids. And over these 20 years, we have become a national model because of what you have invested in with these liaisons. And other courts across this state look to us to understand how to replicate what we are doing. This is not just an administrative position to ensure BID meetings and transportation. These are meaningful investments that ensure quality outcomes for kids in foster care. Thank you.
Frank Crawford and Alyssa Moses.
Good evening, Superintendent and Board. My name is Frank Crawford. I'm the Director of Advocacy for the Children's Alliance, which is a network of approximately 40 public and private agencies in Mecklenburg County that serve some of the most vulnerable children and families in our communities. Our agencies partner and combine our resources to make sure that we are providing the best services for those that we are honored to serve. I am here tonight representing the Alliance to speak to you about one of our community's most at-risk and vulnerable populations, and that's children in foster care. We are certain that you know that children in foster care have significant educational needs and often struggle in school. Consider Derek, a 13-year-old in the 7th grade who should be in the 8th grade. He's been in 11 different schools and is reading on the 5th grade level. Or think about Gina, a kindergarten student who was not ready for entering school. Her first 5 years of life were haunted by domestic violence and horrific neglect. Derek and Gina's stories are not unique, as they fairly represent the stories of many of the children in our foster care system. In fact, many of these children have circumstances even more troubling. Because Derek, Gina, and other children in foster care have such significant needs, the Children's Alliance comes this evening to appeal to you on their behalf. A recently recommended CMS budget eliminated the 4 positions that are CMS DSS liaison positions. We are deeply encouraged that those 4 positions are now being reconsidered for inclusion. Children in foster care will suffer without these positions. These professionals work tirelessly every day by arranging transportation so that the child can remain in their home school, working directly with teachers and DSS social workers, informing them about the child's progress, grades, attendance, and behavior, and participating in critical case planning for the child to make sure their education is considered. In short, these liaisons are critically important to the educational success of each child they serve. So before your final vote that impacts these positions, please make sure that you have accurate information on the scope of these positions. Make sure that you know that neither the child's teacher nor the child's social worker can absorb the duties of these positions. Remind yourselves that our 400 children plus in foster care have unique challenges of no fault of their own. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I am Alyssa Moses, a proud parent of students at Irwin Academic Center and Piedmont IB Middle. I am here representing the Irwin Academic Center community. I have 3 primary concerns with the proposal to integrate the IB LITD magnet pathways. My first concern is whether or not that proposal of integrating those pathways is what we feel is best for academically and intellectually gifted students and talented students. Research shows that gifted learners need more than accelerated instruction. They benefit from depth, creativity, problem-solving, enrichment opportunities, and intellectual peer interaction. Does the IB curriculum align with those concepts? We asked CMS to review models used in other school districts, such as Wake County, North Carolina, and Duval County, Florida, because those districts have maintained separate pathways for academically gifted students, separate from the IB programs. We would like to see conclusions from CMS's review that supports why integrating IB, LI, and TD model is superior to a separate magnet pathway for AIG students. We also ask that CMS provide research that demonstrates that the IB diploma attainment is higher for students that are introduced to IB curriculum at the elementary and middle school level. Second concern is resourcing. At Irwin, many student enrichment opportunities and teacher professional development are parent-funded. Separately, the Magnet Schools of America report noted that CMS's IB training heavily relies on parent fundraising. We would like to understand how CMS plans to fund, staff, and train enrichment opportunities at an integrated IB LITD program in an equitable and sustainable way across the district. Our third concern is limiting access to Irwin Academic Center may unintentionally weaken a strong and diverse school community. Irwin is the only full magnet elementary school in the I-277 Beltway. Uptown Charlotte is our neighborhood. Our parent volunteer base includes families that commute into Uptown Charlotte from all areas over the city. Cutting access to Irwin and limiting to the violet zone would affect students such as Ansley, who are from the green and blue zones. In conclusion, we want to ensure the magnet changes are research-driven, adequately resourced, and aligned with the needs of our students, including academically gifted students. Thank you.
Ashley Harris and Heather LaJoy.
Good evening, CMS Board. My name is Ashley Harris, and I am one of the 2 NC Pre-K family advocates who support 26 sites, nearly 100 classrooms, and more than hundreds of students and families. Before joining the CMS Pre-K department as support staff, I was an assistant teacher for Bright Beginnings. I also speak from the perspective of a parent, as my own children attended both Bright Beginnings and the NC Pre-K program. Because of my experience, I understand the importance of early childhood education and the impact it has on a child's development from social and emotional learning to fine and gross motor skills and kindergarten readiness. Many of our families we serve enter our program already facing challenges such as housing instability, transportation barriers, food insecurities, and other hardships. Support staff help bridge those gaps between families, classrooms, schools, and community resources to ensure students receive the support they need both inside and outside the classroom. Before a student enters a classroom, support staff assists with required family orientation and home visits. We also support teachers doing home visits if needed, because we ask for visits not to be done alone. Throughout the school year, we coordinate and assist with family workshops that provide parents with valuable resources and information. One of the most important workshops we host is the Transition to Kindergarten Workshop, also known as TTK. Many families in NC Pre-K child care settings are unfamiliar with CMS communication systems and district platforms. Through this workshop, families are introduced to tools such as Parent Square, Infinite Campus, and Here Comes the Bus. These resources become essential once students transition to kindergarten. And for many families, this is their first exposure to them. I ask that you please take into consideration the importance of maintaining support positions across CMS Pre-K classrooms. Many of the NC Pre-K classrooms are located in child care centers where support is not immediately accessible. CMS, including both Bright Beginnings and NC Pre-K, serve as the foundation for the students. If the foundation is not properly supported through accurate staffing and support services, where does this leave our students and families? Thank you for your time. If possible, I went back the old school way and I made hard copies, and I would like to provide data and resources and materials that we use. Thank you again.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Heather Lajoie. After 24 years of working at East Meck, and thank you for the shirt, Chairwoman Sneed. East Meck, I worked for 7 years in advanced studies and the magnet office as IB specialist before I retired in 2024. And I'm here to speak for 2 minutes in response to the proposed plan. I have a lot more than 2 minutes, but I'll stick to it. In the first place, I'm very concerned about accessibility for Montessori and visual and performing arts programs. The clustering of these schools does a disservice to families living in the further reaches of the county, north, south, east, and west. The plan limits access to these programs by limiting the schools offering the programs. We have a large county, and no part of it, neither the Crescent nor the Wedge nor the surrounding towns, should be neglected. Secondly, LITD and IB. As I've mentioned before, and as you heard, IB does not equal gifted. I applaud increased access to IB, but IB teachers are already juggling district requirements with the IB framework, often without the appropriate IB training due to cost. Adding LITD to the mix is going to drive even more teachers from the classroom. The price of IB programs is also a consideration. There are one-time authorization costs, training costs, and yearly fees for every single IB program. Further, the proposed feeder patterns ignore well-established feeder relationships and geography and will add to transportation costs. And lastly, being very specific, removing Ballantine Ridge as a magnet upends the whole point of making Ballantine Ridge an IB school, which was to increase access in the southern part of the county. We already have one standalone IB program in this district. Do we need a second one? I work part-time conducting evaluation visits for IB schools around the United States. I've seen some large districts which take very good approaches to choice schools. I strongly urge you to further study the entire plan and its consequences, cost, access, and dissatisfaction, which may send families to charter and private schools. Thank you.
Delana Gardner and Cameron Cockerham.
Hello, my name is Delana Gardner, a teacher and member of Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated Delta Zeta chapter. As the chair of the Social Action Committee, with the support of my chapter president, I'm here to propose that Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools adopt a district-wide civic registration month annually in the month of September, in partnership with Mecklenburg County Board of Elections. During Civic Registration Month, each high school would host a nonpartisan voter registration event led by the Board of Elections. Staff and volunteers would provide students with information about voter eligibility, registration procedures, and pre-registration opportunities for students of the age 16 and 17. Each school would be assigned a specific day within the month to ensure full district-wide coverage. Board of Election staff and volunteers would help ensure that every school consistently receives the service rather than depending already on overtasked teachers and school staff who might not have the capacity or even be prioritizing this. Student participation would remain entirely voluntary and strictly nonpartisan, focused solely on education and access, and not any political influence. To ensure effective implementation, CMS could centralize communication by providing standardized flyers, announcements, digital messages for schools to distribute in advance. This would ensure consistent messaging across the board among all campuses and allow there to be no political influence. Ultimately, this initiative would ensure that more eligible CMS students are successfully pre-registered before graduating through a coordinated, consistent, and accessible district-wide process that would become a standard practice across the board to pre-register our students. Thank you.
Good evening, Board of Education members. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak on my concerns on information that was shared during the board meeting on May 5th, 2026. My name is Cameron Cockerham. I was one of the 23 pre-K literacy facilitators that got reassigned. During our weekly PLC meeting on March 11th, we were informed by our director, Dr. Daniels, that our department would be undergoing a reorganization and that we would be reassigned back into the classroom. We did not get moved to a different department at Central Office to work closely with the learning community superintendents to support all elementary schools as stated by Dr. Hill. In response to pre-K students not being prepared for kindergarten, our students have shown tremendous growth from staggered entry through the second trimester. Based off of letters training and from the science of reading, students who know 18 or more uppercase letters, 15 or more lowercase letters, 12 or more letter sounds are more likely to be successful in kindergarten. 67% of our students were at mastery for identifying uppercase letters, 62% at mastery for lowercase letters, 63% at mastery for letter sound recognition. And here are some other data from our phonological awareness skills test assessment. And these are kindergarten skills, by the way. Rhyme recognition, 51% at mastery. Syllable blending, 77% at mastery. Isolation of the initial sound, 48% at mastery. Rhyme production, 34% at mastery. And syllable segmenting, 45% at mastery. It's a shame we won't know the growth from the second trimester through the third trimester because of pre-K facilitators being reassigned to the classrooms. This team not only holds the appropriate licensure to support early childhood, they aligned with state requirements and facilitated growth across all classrooms. Thank you for allowing me the time to present accurate information tonight. God bless you all.
Janet Harris and Cal Queen.
Good evening. I'm an NC Pre-K coach. We support NC Pre-K classrooms in the community. On average, we support 13 classrooms each. There were 7 of us. I'd like to clarify that none of us were offered or moved to a pre-K-3 facilitator position, and most were moved immediately after spring break, leaving classrooms without end-of-year testing supports. NC pre-K students are CMS students. They're housed in high-quality early childhood programs throughout Mecklenburg County. NC pre-K is designed for eligible 4-year-olds from lower-income families. In 2025, 59% of eligible low-income 4-year-olds were enrolled. NC pre-K's purpose has always been to ensure children at risk of entering school behind their peers have access to kinds of high-quality early learning and support that allows them to start kindergarten on a level playing field. NC pre-K teachers are fully licensed by the state of North Carolina and evaluated with the teacher evaluation tool. Because they work in child care centers rather than school buildings, they do not have access to colleagues, grade level teams, or school-based professional development. Coaching, because we work so closely with the classroom, is the structure that fills that gap. When I was hired, I was trained in a reflective coaching model grounded in continuous improvement. Our work is not a one-time training or drop-in visit. It is a structured, research-based cycle. We provide professional development, then follow up in classrooms to ensure that curriculum and training are implemented with fidelity. We engage teachers in reflective coaching conversations, gather data, and use data to gauge effectiveness and inform next steps in instruction. We conduct data dives with teachers to monitor progress toward goals that are aligned with district priorities and NC pre-K standards. This is not random support. This cycle ensures high-quality instruction and strong child outcomes. The data my colleagues presented includes NC pre-K data. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Kyle Queen. Members of the board, the administration, and tonight, most importantly, media and members of the public. The radical right that wants North Carolina to revert to a Southern plantation economy loves it when we focus on the drama of disagreement. So I want to talk about where our focus must remain, the fact that the North Carolina General Assembly is underfunding public schools. We are dead last in funding effort in the entire country. To be average, the General Assembly would need to nearly double its public school funding to almost $8 billion. The key takeaway from the entire budget conversation is that we can't adequately fund the needs of CMS students with a pittance of tax dollars that are returned to us from Raleigh, while taxes on corporations and the ultra-rich are cut in the first instance to zero. What these extremists are doing to schools is from the same playbook they're using on our personal budgets. Many of us now must choose to buy gas or food or medicine. The public schools must choose among programs, staffing, operations, and contracts for services. The fact that our elected representatives on the board are asking questions of the administration is a good thing. They set the goals and the guardrails. Is this budget furthering their policy? In the last 15 years, over 200 public schools have had to close due to funding shortages in North Carolina. That's an average of almost 2 per the 115 districts. Kudos to our financial planning and supplemental funding from the county commissioners that has kept us from that so far. I would like to post a QR code and links to the NCGA at the back of the room where folks could look up their representatives by street address. You can look up the committee members for the Rules and Calendar Committee, that is the people who decide if and when a bill is considered, and the education committees. Please call them, write a personal letter, and tell them you want your community schools funded adequately and constitutionally. Thank you.
The last two speakers for this evening are Daniel Brown and Shelley Pitter.
Good evening. My name is Daniel Brown, and I'm an attorney with the Educational Law Program at the Charlotte Center for Legal Advocacy. I also lead the Educational Stability Action Group within the Foster Care and Education Work Group of Mecklenburg County's Model Court Advisory Committee. My work, both at the case level and through that work group, is committed to addressing the same issues navigated by our CMS DSS liaisons every day. There has been good and necessary conversation around the role of the liaisons generally, so I wanted to take a moment and call attention to our 4 liaisons specifically. Their work is as broad and varied as each individual student they support, requiring not just an understanding of the law, but an intimate knowledge of our local systems and the individuals operating within them. And nobody embodies this knowledge better than our liaisons. The Education Law Program frequently partners with the liaisons to train both CMS and DSS staff. And without fail, those staff greet the liaisons with warm smiles and immediate questions. Liaisons are also active within that foster care and education work group, engaging with representatives from CMS, DSS, the GAL's office, the juvenile court judges, and other community partners deeply engaged in the foster care process. They are present in each subcommittee and have a direct hand in the work product of the larger work group. They know our local systems extremely well, and rightfully so, they are well known to those systems. This results in a level of real-time communication and coordination that I have not experienced while supporting students in other school districts. Their work and the way they do it is neither easily replaced nor delegated. Our community benefits from the liaisons generally, but we are fortunate to have these 4 specifically. I sincerely appreciate the engagement and responsiveness of the board on this issue and support the superintendent's revised recommendations. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Shelley Pitter, and I am an NC Pre-K teacher and have been for the last 5 years. I have taught in the field of early child care for over 20 years, and it wasn't until I taught under NC Pre-K that I understood what it meant to teach with intentionality. However, I did not get here and learn all of this on my own. I had a wonderful literacy coach named Nikki Brailsford who guided me on what teaching with intentionality looks like. Her standards were very high, and she would not accept anything but your very best. She made sure we had everything we needed to meet the mantra of excellence without exception. My coach was always available to answer any questions her team of teachers might have, and her newsletters were so detailed that if we had a question, we may have found it in the weekly newsletter. And during our PLCs, Nikki would make sure we were on task to meet all our deadlines and complete all tasks. This is very important because where I teach is in a CDC, and we do not have all of the help that maybe some of the schools, like the Bright Beginnings that are in elementary schools. So having her support meant everything. And I became familiar, after her leave, I became familiar with a few other coaches and found out they had the same drive. And having a mentor was just as important, especially my first few years. My mentor, Yulia Charles, was amazing. She stood in the gap and made sure I was successful when it came to evaluations for my license. I could go on and on about the amazing support staff under the NC Pre-K umbrella, but I won't. What's troubling is that I don't understand how they were mistreated as if their jobs didn't mean anything. Their jobs help teachers, help the children, and I thought that was the main idea. Or am I wrong? And I just want to say that although that the coaches were supposed to do the last testing, out of curiosity, the teachers on my team did do our last testing, and all of my children mastered in every area of phonological awareness, letters, and everything. So I just want to say that just think about that when it comes to NC Pre-K. The coaches and everything, it means a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. I turn to Dr. Hill for the voluntary separations and promotions through May 12th, 2026 report.
As presented.
I turn to Dr. Hill for the Student Outcomes Focused Governance Guardrail 1 Interim Measure 1.2 report.
As presented.
I turn to Dr. Hill for the Student Outcomes Focused Governance Goal 2 Interim Measure 2.1 report.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Tonight's SOFG report highlights Goal 2 Interim Measure 2.1, emphasizing the work that is being done to support the career and college readiness of grades 3 through 5 scholars in reading. Our team visited Reed Park Academy to spotlight the dedicated educators, engaged students, and intentional systems working together to support student success. This video reflects a school community grounded in purpose, strong relationships, and responsive instruction, demonstrating how aligned leadership and thoughtful teaching drive meaningful progress. We are proud of the work at Reed Park Academy and the example it provides as we continue advancing Goal 2 across Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools.
We are looking for our students to be college and career ready because we understand here at the elementary level, we are setting them up for success in secondary. And so if we can go after CCR, we are sending Reed Park Academy students to their secondary schools ready to take honors and higher level courses, and proud that we are the ones that built that foundation. We look at our students' benchmark data, we look at their classroom assessments, we regularly track their exit tickets and use all of that information to identify gaps and to assist our teachers with crafting their reteach lessons, what's going to happen at the small group table, what resources do we need to pull to help our students fill that gap. We know our literacy strategies are making an impact because we are seeing it in our kids. Our kids are able to do the work that we've been talking about. When you walk into a classroom, you see students engaged with text. You see students talking about text. We're seeing it and what they're able to produce on benchmarks and iReady. We're seeing their confidence build. When you talk to any student, they're able to tell you, this is the strategy I'm using, this is why, this is how I do it. And that's how we know that we are seeing the gains that we're going after.
So we use a close read strategy here. We call it unwrap. So they're really diving into the text, helps them break up pieces of the text, put it all together, follow the flow of different genres between fiction and nonfiction, and then making sure they're proving answers, with their evidence how they found answers to questions. So the students are a part of their data as well. We get them involved in tracking that data and setting their own goals so they have some ownership in learning. And then as they collaboratively work with partners and work within the classroom, being involved, making sure we're getting them to participate, turning talks. Sometimes they have extra activities that go along with the text just to make it still fun and interesting for them.
One thing that's interesting is how we chunk the text. There's like this story that's sitting right in front of you on the paper. So you chunk it paragraph by paragraph. So there's one paragraph, then you chunk it at the end of the paragraph. Then on the other one, you're gonna do the same thing, and you're gonna find out, and then you're gonna try and find out what the gist of those paragraphs are. And once you're done with that, then you're gonna try and use your unwrap to find out what the main idea is.
I think I did a good job because, like, when we're unwrapping, we gotta do the gists, and we gotta walk the questions, and we gotta use our proof. So when we do that,
I understand it better because it helps me get a better idea on how to comprehend what's going on in the text. I think I'm a good reader because I do a lot of reading at home, and sometimes me and my mom and my dad and my siblings go to the library and we read a lot of more books, and I can read bigger words now. And like when I was in 3rd or 4th grade, my teacher said I'm at like a 6th grade reading level, so that's why I think I'm pretty good at reading. We work in small groups and we call it all block. And she pairs up with groups by what level we are in reading. That we get to work with people at our level, and we get to learn like new stuff. Some of the things she helps me understand is she gives us like new strategies that we're, like if we know one strategy, she gives us another strategy that's better for us to understand. She showed me context clues around the word.
All right, thank you, Reed Park Academy. This monitoring report is focused on Goal 2 and Goal 2 Interim Measure 2.1 for English Language Arts in grades 3 through 5. This is the 3rd of 6 reports surrounding Goal 2 English Language Arts within the 25-26 school year. First, let's take a look at the overall final MVPA Goal 2 performance for grades 3 through 8. This graph shows the percentage of students achieving CCR compared to the CMS annual targets. Currently, 38% of students in grades 3 through 8 are projected to reach CCR based on the final MVPA assessment. This projection is an increase of 5 percentage points over the 24-25 end-of-grade reading assessment performance by grades 3 through 8 students. This year's annual target is 40%. We need to improve the percentage of students achieving CCR by 2 percentage points to reach this year's target. This is the same information presented on the previous slide, just in a different way. Here you see the total number of students needed in grades 3 through 8 to reach our 25-26 target. Now let's take a look at the performance of interim goal 2.1 for grades 3 through 5, which is the focus of this report. This graph shows the percentage of students achieving CCR compared to the CMS annual targets. Currently, 40% of students in grades 3 through 5 are projected to reach CCR based on the final MVPA assessment. This projection is an increase of 4 percentage points over last year's end-of-grade reading assessment performance by students in grades 3 through 5. This year's annual target is 41%. We need to improve the percentage of students CCR by 1 percentage point to reach this year's target. Here you see we need an additional 456 students to reach our target for this year. And at this time, I'll turn over to Chair Sneed to facilitate questions.
Thank you, Dr. Hill. Board members will follow our normal cadence of backward questions first. Board membership.
Yes, as we look at where these students are, we have quite a few in 3-5 that are at level 3. And I think it's always important to look at that when we look at how we can move those students to be included in CCR. What are we doing to look at those? There's so many of them may be bubble, right on the bubble right there. What are the strategies and how quickly are we able to move them?
Okay, here you see that we need an additional 456 students to reach our target. We do know that this is possible because we had 4,485 students who were grade level proficient on our last MVPA. So even if we just got 10% of these students projected to increase from grade level proficient to college and career ready, we would meet our annual target of 41%. We are doing this through specific instructional supports, monitoring, and strengthening instruction. So we'll take a look at page 36 in the appendix. And here you see the work that's being done for our third quarter professional learning with our master teachers. So during this time, we worked with our master teachers to clarify the standards that are needed for students to show mastery on our MVPA assessments and what needed to happen during our daily instruction. So what they did is they unpacked the actual state standards and also took a look at the achievement level descriptors. And they looked very closely at every standard to figure out what it would take for students to master that particular standard in order for them to be college and career ready. So one of the things that we know about students that are college and career ready is that we cannot focus only on basic skills like finding information or just regular recalling facts. That's what it takes to be a level 3. But to be a level 4 or 5 college and career ready, students have to do things like explaining their thinking, they have to connect ideas, and they also have to use evidence to support their answers. And so that's complex work, and we're working really hard with our master teachers as well as our classroom teachers to be able to do that.
And kind of as a follow-up, I'm looking specifically at a group, our ML students, and how they did. I was concerned because in 3 through 8, they did not do well. And then, 3 through 5 students, they went down. We lost some growth there. And then we flatlined. So tell me a little bit about what's going on, how we're working with the ML students.
Yes, so our multilingual students, ML students, of course, they're developing English language proficiency while at the same time engaging in those complex grade level text. So we're focusing on continuing to strengthen their language and their literacy skills, and they also benefit from ongoing instruction in grade level. But I want to turn to our appendix. If you take a look at slide 40. Let's take a look at slide 40, and then we'll take a look at slide 41. Okay, so here you see all block, and you heard one of the students in the video talk a little bit about this. This is what is a typical day for our students as they're engaged with our EL curriculum during all block. You see they have the teacher-guided activity, independent activity, and then they have their AIR time, which is accountable independent reading. On this slide, slide 41, you can see that our teacher guided activities are differentiated based on the student's needs to access on grade level instruction. So you have students that are, of course, below grade level, on grade level, and then students that are above grade level and English language learners. And so the activities that you see there in the purple, those are the 4 levels, and additional, for example, the additional work with complex text activity will have 4 levels of work for students to access grade level instruction. So let's go one more slide over, yep. So here you see the differentiated core task examples, and so here you see the different supports that are provided. So with the square you see below grade level, you specifically asked about English language learners. So there's a mini language dive, so the teacher guides the students to use pictures, new words, and rereading, and talking about translations to understand the words like armored knight. So there's scaffolding for the students, allowing them to still access that grade level instruction. So having to do multiple things at once for our students that are acquiring the language.
Thank you.
Any other backwards questions? Yes.
This one just came to me, so give me a minute on this. But how possible is it to have growth but still not hit achievement at the end of the grade? And also, this, I can speak from a little bit of experience, because I would have kids that would start out in the top quadrant of the growth cycle, so they didn't make much growth because they were already above growth for that grade level. And so it's kind of, I'm just curious if somebody could explain that, maybe for me too, but also how do we link their growth to the actual achievement that they need to make by the end of third grade? Because we're looking at this and I can't remember, let's see where we were with the third graders, but like board membership was referring to, if they've got to achieve and not just grow. So how does that all tie up together for a child that might be way below benchmark, still showing high growth, compared to a child who is way above benchmark and does not achieve high growth? How does that fix it?
Well, the expectation is that every student grows, and in CMS, we always talk about beating the GPS. So we always want our students to exceed growth. And so you're always looking at if students are proficient, meeting grade level standards, and are they exceeding their growth target. So every single student has a growth target that's populated by EVOS, and it's based on their previous testing histories. So every single student who's ever taken a test before has a growth target. And then, of course, students are expected to be at least grade level proficient. In Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools, we expect our students to be college and career ready. And so we have an opportunity based on those students to take a look at how they're performing at each of their benchmarks. It's called a quadrant report. And so we're taking a look at what their projected proficiency should be and their current performance. So at every benchmark, we're able to know if students are performing above what they're expected to do, at what they're expected to do, or if they're underperforming. That information triangulated with other data points, we are consistently providing students exactly what they need. So if you take a look up here on the screen, every student and groups of students, we are focused on providing multi-tiered systems of support for our students. Let's see, what page number is that? Thank you, Chief Thompson. So on page 46, you can see this is for a student who is on grade level, for a student that was projected to be on grade level, which is a level 3 for the end of grade assessment. And you'll see that those students receive a differentiated core. So they have their module block, their intervention and enrichment and out of school learning. You can see in the middle column what those students are doing and then the resources that we use. However, on the next slide, you will see what it looks like for students that are projected to be a level 4 or 5. You still have the differentiated core, but you'll notice what is happening in the middle with those students that are a level 4 or 5, it's differentiated. So students are always being challenged in so they can exceed growth, of course, knowing that the expectation is that all students are at least on grade level and all students are growing. Now, when you talk about exceeding growth, obviously a student who is below grade level, which is here on this next slide, or a student that's not proficient, they have to do a lot more catching up than students that are already a level 4 or 5. So we have to accelerate growth with those students, which means that we are intensifying the work that we're doing with them in either the supplemental or intensive supports, while at the same time providing them a steady diet of grade level instruction.
So the numbers we're looking at, if it's okay to ask a follow-up? Yes. So the numbers we're seeing, though, just...
What page are you referring to?
Going back to the report. Which I need to do that this way. Goodness gracious, I just lost it. The question, I guess my question surrounds kids that have still exceeded their growth targets, but they're still not making CCNR?
What page are you,
I'm just, this is a general question.
Oh,
I
I'm
can't
sorry.
find my document up.
So,
But it's just a general follow-up question. Is that a possibility that that could happen?
Yes.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yes.
That someone can still experience high growth and still not make
Oh, absolutely. Yes, depending on where students start. So that's why I said that it's always an expectation that students are at least proficient. You have to do multiple things at once. We have to get them proficient because there's an expectation for them to be on grade level, and they also have to exceed growth. So it doesn't matter if you are a high achieving student or the highest achieving student or the lowest achieving student. The expectation is for students to grow and to meet grade level or exceed grade level targets.
Okay. Okay.
So I have a question. Now I'm on the wrong slide. How are you making the determination when you are determining the strategies that should be used for this grade level and the ones that have the biggest return on investment? How are the strategies determined?
For the students that need to make, that are furthest away from the goal?
To just meet the goal in general, like you just have the list of strategies, I think it was on slide 5. Maybe. Hold on, I lost my place.
In the appendix.
No. I lost it. It's not on the appendix, it's on the regular slide.
Perhaps slide 11 and 12.
Let's see. Yes, slide 11. How are you making the determination on from slides 11 and 12, which strategic adjustments have the biggest return on investment?
Well, all of the bricks and the theory of change go together. So no one brick acts independent of the other. They all go together. And that's the way the theory of change is built. So it's all if-then statements. So if you have your principals who are our change agents, then we will also have high-quality specialists. If we have high-quality specialists, that impacts the high-quality master teachers and multi-classroom leaders, so on and so forth. So all of the bricks go together. Now, we have different data points that we collect for each of those bricks, and we report out on those on a regular cadence every other week in a session that's called OBEA. And during that time, we're listening and hearing the impact of each of those strategies and determining what barriers need to be removed in order to increase how well we're doing in each of those areas. So each of these theory of change bricks have specific data points that are aligned, and we are continuing to monitor those on a regular cadence on a scorecard.
So I guess my question, I'm only asking this particularly because I think this is in line with the budget discussions that we've been having, is there a way to, and it may not be there, is there a way to pinpoint, I get that all of the bricks go together for the theory of change, but how is a determination made that, and I'm gonna just pick something out of student engagement, it's like, it's this type of professional development versus, a strategy that is under family engagement in terms of where that investment should be?
Yeah, so research tells us that the most important factor for student achievement is the quality of the classroom teacher. There is no other strategy that's more impactful than the quality of the classroom teacher. So we know that if we invest heavily in classroom teachers, then that is going to have the biggest impact. What we also know is that there are other things, we mentioned family engagement, student engagement, things like that, that those are additional factors, but all of the research points to the most important factor in student achievement is the classroom teacher, which is why that's why they're closer at the top in terms of the brick. And all of those strategies that I mentioned at first, specifically the principal, the high-quality specialists, the high-quality master teachers, and multi-classroom leaders, they are pouring into those classroom teachers to support them in every way possible. And then you also have the other bricks that are important as well. So the professional development that we would be investing in is professional development that are those high-yield instructional strategies that we know result in quality classroom instruction and quality classroom environments to improve student achievement.
It's not a particular formula that is associated with it. I get that I think we're all centered around classroom teachers and specialists. And I guess if we're looking at the theory of change, like the ranking order of funding would follow the theory of change, correct? Meaning the percentage of dollar investment would follow those bricks.
Not necessarily, but the high-quality teachers is going to be the one that has the most dollars associated with it, simply because that's where the majority of our staff are teachers. So that would be in that brick.
Okay. Any other backwards questions? All right, forward facing? Do you have any?
No. Backwards, no, forward maybe.
We're moving on forward.
Okay.
Well,
You wanna go
all right, Vice Chair Rankin.
I'm looking at our strategic. First, let me just say, I think we're doing great. We're almost there. Phenomenal job to our staff and getting us close to our goal. Hopefully, I know our students will be able to perform. We still have a little bit more time to go to do some intensives. But looking at the strategic adjustments and looking at some of the data in our appendix, I understand the core of the core instruction, supplemental, intensive. That's going to happen anyway. Those strategies are going to happen when it comes to MTSS. Those things are going to happen. Can you identify any additional strategies that can focus on some of our especially looking at our numbers, our Black and Hispanic students specifically, that we are focusing on those students? Because I don't see anything in our strategic adjustments specifically in any of our bricks focusing on any of those students.
So the strategies that we would be looking at would be focusing on any students that are that need the most growth, and ensuring that those students are receiving the most support during their all block time and during our MTSS framework. So the only so I've reviewed some of those differentiated strategies on slide, well, here's a good one, sorry, that we haven't talked about. This is slide 43 in your appendix. So on the previous slide, I talked a little bit about win time, and sometimes schools call it bear time. Win is what I need. And so our students that need the most support are participating in at least 30 to 45 minutes every single day, where they're receiving the intensive interventions to improve specific literacy or enrichment instruction based on their most recent data. So here on the left, you see the areas of need. So when we are looking at individual students, we're looking at their specific data points that the teachers are collecting in the classroom or from any of the most recent assessments. So if what they need support in, for example, is written expression, you see the intervention that's listed on the right. All of those are research-based and evidence-based interventions that you see in those blocks. So that's how we are identifying those students and ensuring that those students are receiving what they need to be successful.
Just a quick follow-up. Thank you. That's really good. I appreciate that. The information we have on the screen, I think you said they're research-based, evidence-based. Are they also culturally relevant, meaning being able to meet our students where they are and be able to see themselves or what it may be? Because I think we're doing a great job of moving a lot of students, but I think there's some, going back to what Board Member Stone was saying, how do we get some of those numbers at the bottom to move faster? If that makes sense.
Yes, so to answer your question, EL education is definitely culturally relevant. The resource that we use are culturally relevant. So to answer your question, yes. The other thing that I do want to point out, let's see here. One of the things that we know to be true for many of our students that are the closest away from the work, I'm going to go to slide 37. I'm sorry, furthest away from the goal, is a lot of our students that are not accelerating as quickly as they should. They're not accelerating because they cannot read. So this is not a basic, can I call words, can I understand, am I fluent? This is more about the next level that's needed for students, and a lot of the students are struggling because they lack the background knowledge and or vocabulary that's needed to understand what they're reading and to be able to do different things like analyze the text, provide evidence for and reasoning for their answers. And so our teachers have been provided with lots of instructional routines to support students, such as some quick reflection stops, some structured questioning, vocabulary support, and lots of different things to help students think more deeply about text and explain their reasoning. But one of the things that I also do want to point out is that experiences matter. And so you talked about like what other strategies are we doing, and this is for all students, ensuring that our students have a well-rounded education outside of the classroom. So I will just point to experiences that we provide for all of our students. So for example, all of our 5th grade students have the opportunity to go to the Charlotte Symphony. That's an experience that students sometimes when they're reading text, especially, and they're having to comprehend at high levels 4 and 5, they need to have different varied experiences and different vocabulary and able to understand what they're reading and to perform at the higher level. So that's one of the other things that we're focusing on, not just instruction in the classroom, of course, but also understanding that experiences matter.
Okay. Thank you.
Dr. Hatch?
Yep, thank you. I would say, just to follow up a little bit differently, how does the district define and monitor culturally responsive pedagogy in classrooms? And where can we see the evidence of those strategies changing the day-to-day experiences from the students that are furthest away? I think it's hard to see that being applied in the strategies.
Sure. I don't have the answer to that question, but we can certainly get it for you.
So I believe this is on the line of questioning that Vice Chair Rankin was asking. Are there specific strategies? Because I'm looking at slide 5 of outside of the things that we're doing for all students to make sure they grow and are accelerating. I'm looking at the appendix. On the appendix. And so I'm looking at 24-25, the gap between black and white students, and then 25-26 is widened. And it's, if I'm reading this right, it's like, it's huge differences. I
On
mean,
slide 18? Is that what you're looking
Slide
at?
5. What is that, 18? Hold on.
18.
I'm sorry, 18, yes. Sorry, it's on my page 5.
So what was your question?
So are there specific strategies to closing the gaps? Not that are necessarily provided to all students, like how are we specifically trying to level the playing field here because the gaps are huge?
Yes, so the gaps were huge, but I just want to remind everyone that the gaps they've been historically huge. What you haven't seen in the past is all of the arrows going up. So what's happening is all students are accelerating. So the gaps aren't necessarily widening, actually, they are closing because you see accelerated growth. So for example, our Black students increased by 6 percentage points, and our white students increased by 8 percentage points. So to your point, though, the gap was already wide to begin with, so that means that we have to double down to accelerate our Black students so that gap will eventually close. So when I talk about what we're doing for all students, I'm not talking about what we do for every single student. When I say all, that's not what I mean. When I say we're doing what's needed for all students, what I mean is we are looking at each individual student, how each individual student is performing. We're not just looking at how they're performing. Our school performance area staff are going in and they know this student needs to be accelerated. What is the work what's the task that's in front of them? How often are they visiting that teacher table? Because if our students are below grade level or they need to accelerate more, we know that those students have to be at the teacher table at least 3 times, where other students are only at the teacher table twice. So we're looking at each individual student, where they are, how they're progressing, and then using that data constantly to determine what level of treatment that they're getting. And that's why you see all students growing, but specifically to those students that need to make more accelerated growth, we're using those type of strategies. This student needs to be at the teacher table 3 times more. This student needs to make sure that they're completing their iReady at least 45 minutes a week, where other students may not need as much iReady for the week. So those students, again, when I say all, what I'm saying is our teachers, our master teachers, our specialists, our principals, our school performance areas know exactly where students are and what they need. The additional thing that I will add is that we have our students, we call them our Verge of Excellence students. Our Verge of Excellence students are receiving additional support with our district specialists because they are out in the schools, and those students are receiving additional small group instruction to make sure that they're accelerating at the pace that they need to close those gaps.
Has there been a determination, as you look at the data over the past couple of cycles, and this is on the 24, 25, and 25, 26 on here, have there been determinations of what strategies? I think this is very similar to what Vice Chair Rankin asked in terms of that has been proven to help close these gaps, besides what you just mentioned? Is it just that we're looking at each individual student? Because I'm concerned about the ability to close the gaps. The gaps are historic, so just in my mind, it means that there has to be a specific concentration on getting to the root cause of why the gaps exist and how to overcome those gaps.
Yeah, I talked a little bit about why the the gaps, exist, that we know the key things that are basically between grade level proficient and college and career ready is specifically around background knowledge and vocabulary. It's a difference between being able to read and recall and be able to read and cite evidence, being able to read and recall and being able to read and analyze, comparing different characters and their points of view, things that go beyond just reading words, which is why I spoke to all of the things that we're doing. We know that if students are here, then these are the next critical things that they need to be successful. The other thing that I will point to that the team has up here is the connection between the maze assessment and DIBELS, and also if students are non-proficient NP, if they are grade level proficient, or if they are college and career ready. So there's clearly a connection between the vocabulary. I can't find that page, but it's up on your screen. Clearly a connection. That very first column is students that are non-proficient. The column 2 is grade level proficient, GLP, and then the last 2 columns are college and career ready. So if you take a look at that maze assessment and how students are projected in terms of their level plus or minus, you can see the connection between the vocabulary, which again speaks to what I was talking about. So students that need to be a level 4 or 5, we really got to hone in on their vocabulary acquisition as well as applying any background knowledge that they have.
And this is my last question, and based on these assessments, particularly MVPA, the maze assessments, are you able to develop targets for how quickly these gaps can be closed?
Yes. There is a rate of, our data team is amazing. They have developed a rate of improvement for every single student. So the students that are furthest away from the goal, there's a rate of improvement. And so when they're doing their progress monitoring, they're checking to see, are they accelerating as quickly as they need to in order to get to where they need to be for the end of the year.
I said that was my last question, but it's not. Are you able to, since you can tell the rate for each student, or is the data being broken down by subgroups? And then are there any trends that, I know you said vocabulary, which you just may circle back into it, I don't know. But are there trends that, are you tracking it by subgroup, the rates of improvement?
We look at the rate of improvement, yes, at the end of every benchmark, but we don't do that during the progress monitoring because it's so quick. I mean, it's happening every single week. But during natural assessment windows, we're always looking at how groups of students are responding to instruction.
Any other boards?
Can I ask a quick question about, did you acknowledge me?
Yes.
Okay. Page 20 in the appendix, I don't want to go too far, but just a quick question about grade 4, all of the, seems like 4 is the only, grade 4 is the only one that saw a decline, I guess I use that word, and the first to final improvement. What is this data telling us from a strategic standpoint, or what strategies around that? And I guess my real question is, can this number change, this 1.6, can it be changed by the end of the year?
Yes. So 2 things. Our grade 4, we know that for this last benchmark, there was a heavy emphasis on determining theme, analyzing relationships of events and concepts, and then also evaluating evidence within a text. Sounds like really heavy stuff, isn't it? So we know that our students are building proficiency with those skills, and we're focusing on strengthening those skills. Based on our breakdown of data and historical data, our fourth grade students, teachers that work with fourth grade students have been the highest performing level over the last 2 years. So I have absolutely no doubt that fourth grade is going to hit the ball out of the park like they normally do. There is a lot that happens between the last benchmark and the end of the year. And as I mentioned, those are very heavy themes, and our teachers are definitely poised to support students in those areas.
Okay, it's great to know. Thank you.
Yes, I don't know what page, I think it's page 11. And I guess looking forward about, and also this talks about social workers. When we talk about student engagement, we talk about attendance, and that being something, and in many schools, a social worker is working with students. How does that look now with the data analysis for individual social workers at schools where they're really working on that chronic absenteeism?
Yes, so we feel good about not great, but feel good about where we are in terms of chronic absenteeism. Our student services team has worked very hard in terms of our standard operating procedures and our supports, again, with the MTSS supports that students get when they are missing there's certain thresholds of things that we do. We feel really good about the consistency across the district in terms of how we're applying those interventions. And also feel really good about the ability for our social workers to connect students and families once we determine what that root cause is with specific supports that they may need outside of schools. But our school social workers and our schools just in general have done an excellent job with implementing our standard operating procedures as it relates to attendance.
Yeah. Follow up, I was concerned because I know we have made it where every school has a social worker, but it's less time sometimes at a school. So I'm just wondering how those social workers were able to do this kind of work when it comes to attendance, and not just at some schools, but when we look at it across the board.
Yes, so thank you for that. So you're correct. 2 years ago, all of our schools did not have access to a social worker. Dr. Balknight and team worked to ensure that they do have access to that now. I would say that this year was probably a really heavy year because after we ensured that all schools had access to that social worker, there was a lot of work that went into training. I would basically say stabilizing, like building those standard operating procedures, making sure that they were in place, ensuring that we're doing all the things to account for attendance. But I feel like, I know that the team's done a really good job. Our social workers have done a really good job stabilizing. So next year, now those processes are in place, they can begin to focus more on other things that social workers are really poised to do.
I heard that. Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, thank you, Dr. Hill, for that report. I now turn to Dr. Hill for the revised superintendent's 26-27 budget recommendations.
Thank you, Madam Chair, again, and good evening. Tonight, we will present to you for your approval the superintendent's amended budget recommendation for the 26-27 school year. And at this time, I will turn it to Chief Beth Thompson.
Good evening. Tonight we'll present to you for your approval the superintendent's amended budget recommendation for the 2026-27 school year. This presentation addresses the findings from the review of 6 strategic adjustments shown on this slide and the superintendent's amended 2026-27 budget recommendation. The changes that are reflected in this amended budget presented this evening are in the 3rd column on this slide. I'll review these with you. This amended budget includes the state salary and benefits increase assumption inclusively, a 5% assumption with a 1% contingency that includes the county expansion and trade-offs. This amended budget includes a decrease in 3 teacher positions at Charlotte Virtual and an increase of 1.5 teacher positions at Cochran Collegiate and 1.5 teacher positions at Hidden Valley. This amended budget includes the elimination of $2.4 million for Capturing Kids' Hearts, a reallocation of $1.6 million for deeper investment in social emotional learning, or SEL, and a reallocation of $800,000 to support a request for proposal, or RFP, for SEL services that are provided directly to students. This amended budget includes a reinstatement of 4 DSS liaison positions, and this amended budget includes a reallocation of $100,000 to increase family engagement support.
So starting looking at strategic adjustment 1, we have updated the strategy to align with the 5% match to the state's anticipated salary and benefit adjustment. The adjustment from 3% to 5% is fully funded through identified trade-offs within the existing budget. No additional funding is assumed. The table shows both the original and the amended amounts. Given continued uncertainty around the state final budget, this approach allows us to stay aligned with current information while maintaining flexibility. Any additional compensation considerations beyond this level would be addressed after the state budget is finalized and brought back to the board at that time. Earlier today, we learned there has been significant progress toward a state budget, including an agreement in principle on salary adjustments. While we're encouraged by this development, we must proceed with caution as the budget is not final and there are several things that remain under negotiation. Current discussions indicate an average teacher pay increase of approximately 8% beginning in the new fiscal year, with a 3% increase noted for other state employees. One-time bonuses for both groups are also mentioned. At this time, we need to wait for additional clarification before running our final calculations. Once the state budget is finalized, we will return to the board for an approval of an amended budget. Given our relatively even split between our certified and our non-certified staff, the combined impact of this increase is estimated to result in an overall budget impact of approximately 5.5% to 6%. And we have noted on the slide, a contingency has been included in the proposed budget to accommodate a 6% state match.
We can do that.
We were asked whether lapsed salary dollars could be used to add positions. After reviewing our current commitments, those funds are not available for new positions. The majority of the positions, or the vacancies, 134 of those, are state-paid bus drivers, as shown in the link provided at the top in blue. Because of the number of routes remain consistent for our bus drivers, existing drivers must drive those additional routes, and they consume overtime. So there's overtime associated with those additional routes. So as a result, most of those lapsed salaries associated with the vacancies is already committed to bus driver overtime to maintain those service levels. Separately, a portion of our lapsed salary was intentionally redirected to purchase 13 CMS vans as part of our transportation strategy developed last fall. Planning and the groundwork took place throughout the school year, and the vans were ordered in early April, and implementation is scheduled to begin this summer. That strategy reduces reliance on our contract transportation, it lowers our cost, and it provides a higher level of service for our students with specialized needs, including EC, McKinney-Vento, and foster students. As a result, lapsed salary is fully committed within the current budget plan in support of operations and improved customer service delivery. At this time, I'll turn it over to Dr. Vaught.
Thank you. We will now look at strategy adjustment 2. This adjustment is to review additional considerations for keeping the 26-27 allotments
the same as the 25-26 allotments for schools with students with the most needs. Considerations included how to best support schools with the current school performance grade of an F and schools with the current state designation of low performing. Now, this analysis included the following: a comparison of the 25-26 and 26-27 teacher allotments for schools in the listed categories that I just mentioned, as well as a complete review of teacher allotments for all other schools. As part of our continued budget review process, we conducted a deeper analysis of staffing impacts across all of our schools, including looking at things like performance trends of our schools, projections for enrollment at all of our schools, and taking a deeper dive based on board feedback to get input from our assistant superintendents once again who directly support schools. We once again explored restoring allotments across all schools. However, that option was not viable, as you know, given our current budget constraints. We also reviewed impacts across our 31 low-performing schools and found that 17 schools out of those 31 with the current state low-performing designation actually maintained or increased their teacher allotments between the current 25-26 school year and the 26-27 school year to come. Of the remaining 31 schools, 13 of those schools experienced allotment reductions of 4 positions or fewer. One school experienced a larger reduction in base teacher allotments due to enrollment shifts associated with the opening that we're very, very proud of our new Cato Ridge Middle School, or relief school, that's slated to open in 26-27. Restoring the staffing across all 31 low-performing schools would require the district to reallocate, after our analysis, looking deeper, approximately 36 teacher positions from schools across the system. Because the 36 positions needed to restore staffing across all low-performing schools would need to come from schools across the district, we remain mindful, even after taking a deeper analysis, of maintaining stable class sizes across all of our schools, student supports, looking at our intervention structures, and instructional continuity system-wide in alignment with our board's SOFG process. And so we did this while continuing to keep a close focus on our strategic plan goals, our guardrails, particularly looking at Guardrail 1, which I think we've spoken about tonight, and feedback from internal and external stakeholders. Now, through this work, we were able to identify an opportunity to provide additional targeted support to schools with the greatest level of need. I think board members spoke tonight about closing the gaps to get to proficiency. So the greatest level of need, looking at those schools with a performance grade of F. This adjustment is possible through a planned programmatic shift within our virtual school model that allows for higher staff caseloads as students' learning in our virtual academy becomes more asynchronous. So, as a result, we are able to restore 3 positions needed to support Cochran Collegiate Academy, a school that currently has a school performance grade of F, 1.5 positions to make them whole, to return them to their 25-26 baseline, as well as the current staffing at Hidden Valley for the coming year. Now, in the coming year, we will continue to revisit school needs during our fall leveling process when updated school enrollment and student performance data are available. So once we get our final results, we will go back in the fall, go back to the drawing board, look at our data, and see what types of shifts we need to make at that time as well. So to recap, the amended budget recommendation for the 26-27 budget is the following. we propose to reallocate 3 teacher allotments from the Charlotte Virtual Academy, increase 1.5 teacher allotments at Cochran Collegiate Academy, and increase teacher allotments at Hidden Valley Elementary. And this captures some of the feedback that we've received around looking at Guardrail 1, the schools who are furthest from proficiency, furthest from the goal. These 2 schools were identified because they currently have a school letter performance grade of an F, and they currently have a loss in teacher allotments for the 26-27 school year. Once again, in the fall, when actual school performance data and enrollment data will be evaluated for all schools, and should actual data not align with current or projected data, staffing allocations and supports will be revised for the coming school year. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Balknight.
Thank you, Dr. Falk. Good evening. We will now look at Strategy Adjustment 3. This strategy adjustment is to review alternative strategies to whole child services, including a strategy to leverage partners for social emotional learning through an RFP process. Considerations included aligning funding for student services, SEL specifically, and leveraging contracted services where available and aligned to student need. The amended recommendation for the 26-27 budget is to eliminate the $2.4 million funding for Capturing Kids' Hearts, reallocate $1.6 million for deeper investment in social emotional learning to directly impact the classroom, and reallocate $800,000 to support an RFP for social emotional learning services that are provided directly to students. I'll now turn it back over to Chief Klutz.
We will now look at Strategy Adjustment 4. This is the strategy to keep positions indicated above. Considerations included reviewing the budget for additional funding sources to continue funding those positions, as well as review of all projected lapsed salary. After a careful review, the strategy is not recommended. All lapsed salary dollars are currently allocated in the budget. I'll turn it back over to Dr. Balknight for Strategy 5.
We will now look at Strategy Adjustment 5. This strategy adjustment is to review alternative strategies to continue funding for DSS liaison positions. Considerations included ensuring continuity of support for students and families, preserve critical cross-agency coordination and advocacy services, maximize existing resources, and maintain operational efficiency. The amended recommendation for the 2026-27 budget is to reinstate the 4 DSS liaison positions, utilizing funds made available through 3 specialist positions and contracted services funds. These positions include the 1 previously identified vacant specialist position that would have supported DSS foster children going forward, and 2 currently vacant academic specialist positions.
We will now look at Strategy Adjustment 6. This strategy adjustment is to review alternative strategies for family engagement. Considerations included realign budgeted local and Title I funds to maintain and enhance current family engagement strategies, or increase funding $100,000 for family engagement services directly to students and families. The amended recommendation for the 26-27 budget is to reallocate $100,000 to support the family engagement budget. This amended recommendation will be possible by reallocating 3 central office department contracted service budgets. I will now turn it over to Chief Klutz.
This slide reflects the amended operating budget resolution and highlights the targeted adjustments aligned with the strategic modifications presented here today. The full budget resolution, which includes our school nutrition, after-school program, and capital outlay, is linked in the header of the slide and is also included in the board materials.
As a review, the changes just shared are reflected in this amended budget and in the 3rd column again on this slide. Again, this amended budget includes the state salary and benefits increase assumption inclusively, a 5% assumption and a 1% contingency that includes the county expansion and trade-offs. This amended budget includes a decrease in 3 teacher positions at Charlotte Virtual and an increase of 1.5 teacher positions at Cochran Collegiate and 1.5 teacher positions at Hidden Valley. This amended budget includes the elimination of $2.4 million for Capturing Kids' Hearts, a reallocation of $1.6 million for deeper investment in social emotional learning, and a reallocation of $800,000 to support a request for proposal or RFP for SEL services that are provided directly to students. This amended budget includes a reinstatement of 4 DSS liaison positions, and this amended budget includes a reallocation of $100,000 to increase family engagement support. That concludes this report.
Thank you, board members. I turn to you now for questions. Board Member Haynes?
Less of a question, more of a comment. Thank you for restoring the 4 DSS positions and thinking a little more deeply about capturing kids' hearts. My sentiment is that, you know, we have to make hard decisions sometimes. It gets a little heated in the room. But I think ultimately we've worked to hit some major sticking points within these amendments. So I'll just say for that, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? I have a question for you, board member, Lord, put me on the board. Chief Klutz, can you go back to the slide that talks about the supplements?
Supplements?
I'm sorry, not the supplements, the increase, sorry, increases.
This one or the one before?
Oh, no, that's it, that's it. Can you talk a little bit more about how it would, you know, it looks like that there could be, hopefully, an agreement for increases for our educators of 8%. But when you explained it, it put it in the 6% category. Can you explain, you know, a little bit in a little more detail about how that averages out and that this budget recommendation is still safe of where we are? And then a little bit about if the average is like 8%, then what that looks like.
Yes, I'd be happy to. I'm happy to talk about an 8% increase for teachers on average. So the good news is that we have about 18,000 employees, and about half of those, the numbers are not exact, about half of those are certified, and we pay them on a state license. And so that would be our positions that would get the 8% on average. And then the other half of our staff are our non-certified staff, and they're classified as state employees. When they're sharing the increases that are presented in the budget right now, then they're classified as other state employee. That number is about 3%. And so when you look at half of your employees getting a 3% increase and half of your employees getting an 8% increase, you're going to fall right in there in 5.5%, 6%. Now it'll depend on a lot of things, you know, how many educators we have at the top part of the scale versus the bottom part of the scale. But generally, I think we're going to end in a very nice place since we do have a contingency for an average of 6%. We still need confirmation of the numbers, but we do feel like we've captured we're in a good place. Did that answer your question?
It did. And then any concerns about, I don't want to say that. I mean, but what would the adjustments look like if it's beyond?
If it's beyond, so if it's slightly beyond, so I think we're probably at 5.5% when you run the numbers. If it's slightly beyond, we're okay. But if it is much beyond that, we will just have to reevaluate our budget and bring you guys some recommendations on cuts. I'm hopeful with this news that that won't be necessary, especially the way that it looks like they're structuring the bonuses, meaning the bonuses are slated to be paid this fiscal year, and the percentage would be slated to be paid next fiscal year, which would actually align quite well with our current budget situation.
Thank you. Any other board membership?
I know it was not recommended strategy for A or for B. I want to thank you for, what we've looked at, the DSS liaisons, and I know this is a tight budget. But speak to me about how we're supporting this, because pre-K supports our K-2 goal. So talk to me a little bit about what is going to happen here in terms of, and I think that's a concern, what it's going to look like because I'm always concerned about people and the impact at the school level.
So the question is, how will the reduction of the pre-K facilitators, how will this affect the classroom? As we have shared, one of the things that we were able to do with restructuring the learning and teaching division, we were able to put more additional more specialists in close to the work in the performance area. We used our curriculum specialists that work K-12, and those specifically that work K-2, we've added more literacy positions. So now it'll be a pre-K through 5 model, because our pre-K classrooms sit in our elementary schools. So instead of having different teams going and work with teachers, it'll be one cohesive team that will work pre-K through 5 to support the goals at the elementary level.
And just a follow-up there would be, how have this been presented down to the classroom teachers in pre-K? Because we heard a lot about how do they feel about it. What do they know about the support they're going to get? How well has this been communicated?
We believe that we've communicated that with all stakeholders, and we started, of course, with those that were impacted first. I think you heard someone even mention today that Dr. Daniels, who was over or is over pre-K, talked with those staff members first, and then also talking with our principals about how we will support their schools moving forward. It is a delicate balance. It's hard when there's change and transition, but we also want to make sure that we have consistency to support our goals, to accelerate our K-2 literacy expectations for all of our students.
Vice Chair Rankin.
This is for Chief Klutz. Just for clarity, I want to make sure I heard what you said correctly. So if the state does come back with an 8%, average for increase for our teachers, are you saying that it won't require any cuts on our end?
Based on the information that we have today, the press conference was at 3:45, I think, today. So it's still preliminary information. Based on preliminary calculations that we've done internally, where the purple arrow is there, and we've identified the $16.1 million, we will be able to handle that within the current identified trade-offs and the dollars that we have requested through the county. So I'm saying no. If the numbers end where they're suggested today, we will not have to make additional cuts to cover the 8%.
Okay. That's good to know. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
One more, I'm sorry. And that's including our locally funded employees as well, is that correct?
That's correct. The great news is the state will fund the majority of the positions. The 2,707 are the locally funded, and that's what's showing on the screen that we're tracking with.
We can, okay.
That's right.
Thank you.
Dr. Hatch?
I just want to thank you all for the collaboration. I do think it's important to recognize that it has been, a lot of back and forth, but I think the back and forth is resulting into, the place that we are now, which is seeing kind of the feedback applied. So I want to acknowledge and appreciate that. What's important to me is that it will feel like this is the budget that you all can get behind and that you're able to deliver, and that there isn't a narrative that'll say, well, this is the board's budget. So I want to ask specifically, Dr. Hill, on behalf of you and your team, is this the recommendation that you all feel confident and can deliver for the goals and guardrails for our community that's being presented here today?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, so and I have one additional question, and it just came to me, I mean, I don't think that, not I think, it doesn't, I know that it doesn't amend the recommendation, but we don't see in this set is like the supplemental ask for the county. You know, our supplement is not reflected here.
That's right. It's in the resolution, and it's in previous presentations that we have provided. So, right, up at the top, where it says amended 26-27 budget resolution, that's, I mean, you won't be able to pick it out clearly
Yes.
in there, but it is in there.
Okay. Yes, I just wanted to make sure we were capturing it here. I just
And
thought
it's
about
the
that.
same. It hasn't
Yes, it's the
changed.
same. I understood it was the same. I just wanted to make sure it was captured.
It is.
Any other questions, board members, about the revised budget? So I will say this, is that, you know, thank you for your hard work and collaboration in many hours in a short amount of time since last Tuesday. That was 2 weeks ago. It seems like a lifetime, but it's, I think it was well worth working through that process, and I was confident, as I've said to many of the media partners here, that we would come out on the other end of this with a better budget. Not that the last one wasn't good, but this one is better. And I think that happens when there's a push, and then there's thinking that is collaborative, and it was responsive. So thank you to the community members that reached out to us and said, this is what we're looking for, and that all of these things were able to be in alignment with our vision and values of the community, our goals and guardrails, and fit within the budget, the dollar amount that was originally presented to us. As I said, at every supplemental budget meeting was, you know, a magic fairy was not going to come down and give us more money. So that still has proven to be true, and it also has been proven to be true that we are able to do something greater with the same amount of money. And as you know, my ask of you all was, even if it benefited the one, that it was worth it. So thank you. Any other questions, board members? All right, thank you. All right, now I turn to Dr. Hill for a superintendent report.
Thank you. My report tonight will highlight examples of excellence displayed across each of our 4 pillars. For academic excellence, we'd like to recognize the Community House Middle School Battle of the Books team. They won the 2026 North Carolina Battle of the Books competition last month. The hardworking team of 12, under the leadership of media coordinator Kelly Price, read a list of 20 high-quality books. Battle of the Books encourages reading and exposes students to quality literature that represents a variety of literary styles and viewpoints. 10 students from 5 CMS high schools were selected for the 2026 North Carolina All-State Honors Band and performed at the University of North Carolina at Greensboro earlier this month. Congratulations to Connor Birch of Valentine Ridge High School, Beckett Jackson of Northwest School of the Arts, Providence High School students, Stella Tubb, Jack Contreras, Nia Gurish, and Anik Bavamine. Congratulations to them. Would also like to recognize Papa Mensah from Philip O'Berry Academy of Technology, and Huff High School students Sadie Mitchell, Owen Hopes, and Benjamin Mitchell. Last week, for Pupil Excellence, we held our 4th annual GEM Awards, where we announced our Teacher of the Year, Beginning Teacher of the Year, and Teacher Assistant of the Year. Congratulations to Metro School's Rebecca Haas, who's our Teacher of the Year, Bruns Avenue Elementary School's Reese Finney, our beginning teacher of the year, and Berry Hill School's Clarice Searles, who is our teacher assistant of the year. We'd like to thank Equitable Advisors, our presenting sponsors for the GEM Award ceremony, and also to Hendrick Automotive and Hendrick Cars of Concord for providing our Teacher of the Year with the use of a vehicle, and to all of our other sponsors for their generosity. You can read more about each of our winners and district finalists on our website at www.cmsk12.org. We also celebrated our amazing art educators at the second annual Arts Educator Awards. Congratulations to our up-and-coming arts educators, K5, Aiden Lowe from University Park Creative Arts, 6-8, Natalie Lunguez from Collinswood Language Academy, and 9-12, Amanda Vergara from Palisades High School. Our Performing Arts Educators of the Year for elementary is Christopher Pringle from Mint Hill Elementary. Middle school is Beth Calderon from Bailey Middle School. And high school, we have Jacqueline Altmeyer from Providence High School. And finally, we have our Visual Arts Educator of the Year for elementary, Tracy Wilson from Wingate Park Elementary. Middle school, Kelly Carisi from Kennedy Middle School. And high school, Kate Allen from Valentine Ridge High School. And new this year, we had our Veteran Arts Educator of the Year, Stacy Boone from J.M. Robinson Middle School. Congratulations also to our 2026 School Nurse of the Year, Caitlin Mathis of Greenway Park Elementary School. Our CMS nurses champion student wellness and provide unmatched care for our students and staff. We're grateful for our partners at Mecklenburg County Health Department for their support and collaboration. For operations, we'd like to say a happy 40th anniversary to the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Schools After School Enrichment Program. ASEP has been a steady presence in the lives of students and families. With 81 school sites and 250 dedicated staff members, the program creates safe, engaging, and enriching spaces beyond the school day. And finally, our end-of-year assessments are beginning soon. Our Charlotte-Mecklenburg Schools has an easy-to-use resource on our district website that you can find on our CMS Family Toolkit link. Families can support their children's learning at home by practicing just a few minutes every day. This can help build students' confidence and strengthen their reading and math skills. Madam Chair, this concludes my report.
Thank you, Dr. Hill. Board members, I turn to you for your reports. Board membership.
Okay. I just want to say thank you. It was Teacher Appreciation Week, and staff. I always say it's everyone's appreciation week that work with our children in the schools. So thank you to all you do and all you continue to do. And as we push forward to the final, just push to EOGs, EOCs, and finishing off strong. Thank you for your work each and every day. I got a chance to attend the GEM Awards. It was wonderful. It was a great experience, and I'm always excited to see teachers. I had one particular teacher that started off as a teacher assistant with me at one of the schools I was principal at, and she was a finalist for the Teacher of the Year. So it was just wonderful to see that, but to see all the teachers from Metro, Bruns, Berry Hill representing the beginning of the year teacher, the teacher assistant, and the Teacher of the Year. It was a wonderful program. And I was honored to be able to be at the Japanese Immersion Magnet 30 years of the Japanese Immersion Magnet here in Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools. That was just fabulous. Fabulous program. To see the kindergarten students perform, to see the video of students talking about what a great experience it was to be in the Japanese Immersion Magnet. And they have gone on to even some to live in Japan and to go all over the country. And it was just wonderful to hear that. And I was honored to be seen as a former principal of the Japanese Immersion Magnet program back in 1999, 2000s, early 2000s. I was there as also the principal. So it was an honor to be able to come back and to see the great work that we're still doing at this SAIL Academy. South Language, International Language Academy.
Oh, hell, I'm paying attention.
I tell myself.
Yeah. I'm paying attention. That's fine, but I wasn't paying attention. Oh. All right, any other board members?
Hi.
Stone.
Thank you. First off, thanks to all the speakers. I know most of them have left, but those kids, those are CMS products that got up there and said it. And said things very well. We all should be proud of them. Congrats to all the teachers. Those award show opportunities were great. And I also want to thank all the people who shared their concerns about the budget. Also, the people who are raising questions about the comprehensive plan. I appreciate the research and the presentation made by the Kids Need Play. And I appreciate their position a lot as an educator of small children. We need engagement. So all of these people who come and bring us this info and share, that's worth celebrating, and we need more of them out here doing it. The budget was a challenging process, and it was a learning opportunity, certainly for someone who'd never been through a budget like that before. But I tend to look at everything, if it's a struggle, it's probably a good thing, which means there's opportunities to improve processes and have it go better the next time we do it. So thank you, staff. Y'all were great. And go home, you know. Y'all gonna be able to go to bed and go to sleep tonight. So there you go. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Haynes.
So I just want to acknowledge a group of constituents that gave me valuable insight into this budgeting process, and that is an organization called For the Struggle. They had their Salute You students come. They've written letters, which I plan to follow up on at some point soon. And I just want to say that throughout this budget process, I'm so appreciative of all the constituents, employees, and people of Charlotte-Mecklenburg who took the time to give their input and their feedback. I hope that people get a sense that this board is really dedicated to understanding what the community voice and vision is and to make good on those things. I'm sure I'm forgetting something in this report, but you just got 30 seconds back or so.
Board Member Monterey Duval.
Thank you. The clock needs to restart. I don't know what's going on there. All right. Again, yeah, thank you to everyone that came to speak, particularly the the Levine College Middle, God, I can't speak today. The Levine Middle College students, Right Moves for Youth student ambassadors speaking on mental health, K Needs Play, all the legal advocates advocating for our most vulnerable students. From the bottom of my heart, thank you for what you do. And yeah, I mean, this budget process was a process for sure. And I think it was probably the first time this is my third round now, that I felt it was really collaborative and productive. And I think for all of us, it meant more hours, like less sleep, less time with our children, all of that good stuff. But that's the work, and I was really happy at the end of it, and I'm really happy, not happy, but I'm satisfied with what we have. And the progress that we're making as it relates to securing that additional funding for mental health. That's $2.4 million that is going to be so important to our students that are having struggles with their mental health. And I'm so happy that we were able to redirect those funds, that we were able to save those 4 positions that were so critical for our foster children, and just feeling confident about where we are with the state budget, and you know, that we'll be able to withstand the 8% and be able to accommodate all teachers so that everyone can get the raise that they deserve. And so I just want to thank staff and the community and the board members and everyone for their hard work, because it was really hard, but I think it was productive. So have a great evening. Thank you.
Board Member London.
All right, thank you. So kind of to reiterate a little bit of what others have shared, over the last 2 weeks, we have spent many long hours in workshops, conversations, revisions, and collaboration. The process was not always easy, but governance work, especially around a budget of this magnitude, should involve thoughtful discussion, hard questions, and accountability. I had questions and concerns around mental health supports for students, the impact of eliminating positions without fully understanding operational implications, and about the teacher allotments and what those decisions could mean for classrooms and student outcomes. I appreciate every single person who reached out to us to advocate, to ask questions, and to share their feedback. I appreciate Dr. Hill, team, the CMS team, and my colleagues for leaning into those conversations. I believe the budget before us today is stronger because of the work that we put in. Is this budget perfect? No, but leadership is about making the decision, the best decision possible in the moment we are in. And tonight, I believe this budget represents our best effort to support students, educators, and staff while continuing to move this district forward. And beyond budget conversations, I also want to highlight some of the incredible things happening across CMS. I also attended Sales Japanese Night, the JROTC Awards ceremony, and have visited several of our early and middle colleges, and each experience was a powerful reminder of the opportunities, talent, leadership, and potential that exists across this district. Finally, because May is Mental Health Awareness Month, I want to encourage our students, staff, educators, and families to continue caring for yourselves and one another as we head into the final stretch of the school year. And to our educators and staff, you are in the final stretch. Thank you. We appreciate you deeply, and you've got this.
Dr. Hatch?
Thank you. Tonight, I want to offer a simple reminder that the system does not belong to board members, it does not belong to staff, and it does not belong to politics, personalities, or power structures. It belongs to the public. It belongs to the parent helping with homework after a long shift. It belongs to the student trying to find confidence in the classroom. It belongs to the teachers showing up every day despite increasing demands. And it belongs to the community that places trust in all of us to make thoughtful decisions on their behalf. And because it belongs to the public, accountability is not optional, transparency is not optional, and listening is not optional. Sometimes governance requires hard conversations, sometimes leadership requires revision, and sometimes accountability creates discomfort. But discomfort is not the same thing as dysfunction. In fact, some of the most important progress happens when people are willing to ask, can this be better, clearer, or better reflect the needs of the people we serve? That is not obstruction, that is stewardship. And I hope we never become so focused on defending systems that we forget the humans behind the systems that were created to serve. I actually had to explain this concept to my third grader because our kids are watching. And I told him if you turn in a draft paper and your teacher asks for a peer review and gives you feedback, and then you submit the paper with no changes, even if you thought the first draft was good, do you automatically expect 100? Our children are taught every day that there can be a good answer and a better answer. They are taught to revise, to reflect, to apply feedback, and to approve. And so we should as well. Today we saw what happens when everyone's voice is applied, and this is democracy, and this is what engagement and accountability are supposed to produce. Thank you.
Vice Chair Rankin.
I'm going to reserve my comments around budget for later when we have that discussion, when we have our vote. First, I want to say happy belated Teacher Week to all of our teachers and educators. Thank you for all your hard work. Thank you to my favorite teacher at West Charlotte, Imani Rankin, for all that you do. And I also just want to say the applications to apply to join the Community Equity Committee are now open. The feedback and work this committee does is informative and provides insight that we as a district may not notice. During a time when the word equity has been demonized, weaponized, and criticized, I want to personally thank all the current members for your commitment and dedication to the work centered around equity. Equity is essential in a school district because it ensures every student has access to support, opportunities, and resources they need to succeed regardless of their background or circumstances. Equity recognizes that the diverse academic, social, emotional needs of every child. When school districts prioritize equity, they create learning environments where all students can thrive, reach their full potential, and feel valued and included. So please go to the Board of Education tab on the CMS website and click the advisory link, and it will take you to the application. The deadline to apply is May the 20th at 11:59 p.m. Please apply. We would love for you to serve on our Community Equity Committee. Thank you very much.
Knows everybody, right? All right, so I did not particularly prepare anything because I'm tired. Just have been so tired. So I decided to read an email that I sent to the staff on Saturday morning, as well as copying my fellow colleagues here on the board. And it's related to the budget process. So the email goes as such: good morning. It's 5 a.m. and I'm sure some of you can relate to the last 2 weeks of going to bed late and struggling to sleep. It's 5 a.m. And I'm sure some of you can relate to the last 2 weeks of going to bed late, struggling to sleep, and somehow still being awake before the sun reaches the horizon. I feel and look like I have aged 10 times the rate of normalcy. What has been on my mind this morning is that the strategic considerations and questions being raised, including the latest round, have consistently been centered on those closest to the impact, students. At its core, the challenge is actually pretty simple. Can we expand opportunity for students with what we already have? No one is asking for decisions that would harm the majority of children, create financial instability, violate the vision and values of this community, move us further away from our goals, or disregard our guardrails. The push is simply this: can we stretch the possibilities without forsaking the commitments and foundational responsibilities we must uphold? To me, that's what growth looks like. None of us has all the answers, but leadership requires us to remain willing to ask whether something can be made just a little bit better. For one school, one principal, one educator, one family, or one student. And if these 2 weeks result in even one student have a better opportunity in a world where things are not fair, then the work has been worth it. Because one student becomes the next president, the next researcher who cures cancer, the next diplomat who brings peace, the next organizer who feeds a community, the next school board member who breaks systemic barriers, the next mayor who reshapes a city. The possibility will always be worth stretching for even the one. And I sent that message because this work is hard. We should not be fighting over whether we fund mental health, whether we fund family engagement, whether we can move a teacher from one school to the other. The system is broken. It's broken. But I believe that all of us have a commitment to doing what's best because of what can happen for that one. So I offer no apologies for the push. It is with students in mind. And even with this budget, it's not perfect, but it's better. So that concludes our board comments for this evening. We have 3 action items this evening. The first one is IBM Corporation project change request. I turn to Board Member Hatch to make this no. Sorry. I screwed that up. I turn to Dr. Hill before this motion is presented.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have Dr. Salmon Hosey as well as Ms. Kay Hall who are coming to speak to this item.
Good evening, Chair Sneed, board members, and Dr. Hill. Tonight, we would like to share an update on our modernization initiative and the recommended contract amendment with IBM. I'd like to introduce you to Kay Hall, our Assistant Technology Officer. Kay has been managing our modernization efforts since its inception and will be presenting tonight. So I'll turn it over to Kay.
Thank you, Candace, and thank all of you for the opportunity to speak to our business modernization change order request. I draw your attention to our 4 pillars of excellence, particularly operational excellence, and we will ground our discussion in operational excellence to modernize our technological infrastructure and systems. In July of 2024, we were afforded the opportunity to come to you to give you an overview of the project as we launched. Our goals then, and still are, to utilize a contemporary integrated platform so that we can improve processes, reduce errors, and enable CMS to stay current with best practices. We want an integrated HR finance solution that will empower us to make data-driven decisions through real-time insights and see the clear trends to help make better decisions. We want to embrace a continuous improvement culture to improve service delivery and employer-manager experiences. So why modernization? We have been on our current business system since 2001 for finance, so it's 25 years, pretty antiquated and highly customized. And we've been on the HR payroll portion of that since 2009. The current version that we're on is due to be decommissioned in 2030, which means for us that we need to transition to a new platform prior to that time because we cannot go unsupported for payroll, because that touches every employee in our district. This project began in July of 2025 as we launched Phase 1 to implement Oracle Finance, called ERP, Enterprise Resource Planning. We launched that project and we went live, we launched the project, but we went live in July 2025, and we're coming upon our first year with Oracle Cloud, approaching year end. At the same time, we launched Oracle Cloud Budgeting and Forecasting, EPM, and we went live in January of 2026. And I will tell you, we implemented with a high degree of accuracy and success. So all of these phases, Phase 0, which was Red Rover, time and labor, Phase 1 and Phase 2, we had a high degree of success in the implementation. Now we're in the final phase of this project, Phase 3, and we launched that back in July of '25. We went through discovery sessions, setting requirements, beginning the design. We had sprints that they're called sprints, and it takes you through the functionality of the system. And now we're in the middle of system integration testing. And I'm very proud to report that it is going very well, and we have a low volume of failures on our testing. It's critical that we're successful with this phase because this touches all of our employees, including our substitutes. So we have to get their payroll right, we have to get their benefits right. The original go-live for Phase 3 was established at January 1, 2027. Since that timeline was established back when we created the contract and the statement of work, DPI has provided us clarification on requirements they have at the state level. These requirements are appropriate and ultimately will help ensure accuracy and compliance. This was out of the necessity of some failed go-lives across the state, so they wanted to help and guide with best practices. So we see now, in order to meet the requirements, which we found out after we had developed the contract and the statement of work, that it's not possible to make January 1, 2027. So due to the complexity of the phase and the compliance requirements from DPI, we need to expand the scope of this project to include additional payroll parallel testing and extend the timeline by 12 months. This 12-month extension will be used for extensive testing, including comprehensive payroll testing and validation, and system preparedness and staff readiness. If you look at the conditions impacting the cost, well, let's back up, Candace, one, please. Yeah, there. Here are some of the conditions impacting the project timeline that we'd like to highlight. Of course, the requirements from DPI, extending that payroll parallel and additional system testing. We've had to make some adjustments in the 21.5-day reporting requirement. You know, teachers are paid on a 21.5-day month, and that's being expanded to other certified staff. We're having to do that, make those adjustments now in our current system and rework the work that has been done in the Oracle system. Typically, we have a blackout period for any new initiative each year, and that's June, July, and August, because we're closing out a year. Hiring is going on, we're onboarding new employees, we've got summer programming, and it's about all staff can do to support those initiatives. So with that, we have a blackout period there for 3 months. Also, the state health plan has dictated that if you think you want to go live in October, that is not an option because they cannot support us with our benefits enrollment and going live with the new system at the same time. We also prefer to align our W-2 reporting requirements so that it aligns with the beginning of a calendar year. Thus, the recommendation is going to be to make the go-live date January 1, 2028. In working with our partner, our integrator, IBM, and you may recall it was AST, they were acquired by IBM within the last year. In working with them, this timeline extension and the expanded scope will cost $4,913,500. In addition to that, we believe that we need to expand the post-go-live hypercare. And I'll explain hypercare as this. You get through the project, you get to go live. You want your integrator to be there with you after go live. So initially, we had built 3 months in for hypercare so that the consultants that were with us through building this system would stay with us 3 months after go live to help us with any issues that cropped up, additional training or assistance. When we went live with the finance ERP system, we discovered that 3 months was tight. And knowing that this is much more complex, we're asking for another 3 months. We have 3 in the contract now, so an additional 3 months, which would take us for 6 months hypercare at the cost of $586,500. And that brings us to $5,500,000. We have prepared some detailed answers to your questions that you have presented to us. But before we move to that recommendation, Madam Chair, would you like for me to review those questions? They are in the appendix for the board's review.
So, board members, I'll pause here to see. You can go to the recommendation. I'll pause here to, after your recommendation, then we'll take questions. I don't think you have to go through all of the questions.
All right. So the recommendation is that the superintendent recommends that Charlotte-Mecklenburg Board of Education approve to amend the contract with IBM Corporation, increasing the cost from $14,605,705 to $20,105,705 as presented.
All right, board members, you take questions. Board Member Haynes.
One thing that stands out, there are a couple of things here. I'll speak to the first question that I had. Well, let me just stick with this. You said you would be seeking a 3-month blackout period. Tell us what issues you anticipate could happen with such a long blackout period.
So
I understand the reason why.
Okay.
But what I want to know is what potentially could happen, because in my mind, we're saying that we need an increase of this contract, and most of this is due by an extended timeline. So explain what the ramifications are of a long blackout period.
During that 3-month blackout period, it's just a busy time at the end of the year, as you said, you understand, and the summer programming and the beginning of the year. We don't stop project work. We will continue to do the project work as folks who are not impacted with summer program, are not impacted by the financial year-end close. We will be doing project work with those staff members to continue the work through. So it's not stopping, but it's just meaning that we're not full speed ahead with all the teams involved in Phase 3.
Okay, so that was not the answer to my question. My question was, what are the ramifications of a longer blackout period? What are the ramifications of lapses in data, people doing manual processes? I know what a blackout period is and what you're doing. What I'm trying to get you to explain to my colleagues is how that potentially could actually extend the time in which or impact our go live. So if you could be transparent about that and explain to us what might happen, because 3 months is a long blackout period.
And so that has already been built into that 12 months that we're proposing. The limited amount of project work that we can do with the existing staff without going you can't really do staff augmentation much with this type of work when we're in the middle of it, and to get somebody up to speed to come in and be able to pick up where staff have left off. So it is built into the timeline. It should not exceed the 12 months.
Okay, so what are the ramifications of having a longer than normal blackout period? Typically, in a go-live, or when you're trying to, after you go live and you're doing your thing.
Well,
And I'm not, if you can answer it, that's fine. If not, I'm gonna move on, but can you make another attempt to answer that question?
the ramifications would be, if you're not able to stay to schedule, it could elongate the timeline. But I think that we have planned thoughtfully, and it's included in our recommendation, and we will be able to adhere to that. So I don't think there will be an impact.
I'm sorry, one more follow-up and I will wrap this up. Do you think, or what is the possibility of perhaps moving some dates around? Maybe that 3-month period is not the optimal time to have the blackout take place, because I think you could probably reduce that timeline, and then do you kind of you get where I'm coming from with that? Maybe the timing of the blackout period could decrease the time that you have to spend in the blackout period because of the reasons you listed, and possibly give us less time on this contract, less money spent, that kind of a thing.
So the work is going to be there every year. It's cyclical. We have the planning for the year-end close with finance, the winding up of the school year, the last teacher payroll, the preparation for summer programming and support. A lot of work goes into that with these systems. And then the hiring and onboarding of staff for the new school year, that is going on, and the systems have to support that work. So we can't really change the period that it occurs, but we can try to run work simultaneously as long as staff can have the bandwidth to do so.
How do other businesses go through this? I mean,
Dr. Hatch.
Thank you for this. I can appreciate how complicated this project is, so thank you for the update. What I'm curious about is the only reason the project is extended an entire year because of the DPI requirements?
That is the predominant outlying factor, yes. However, as we got into this project, into Oracle, and learned more about the functionality and how deep we can go with this, and we felt like there was not enough testing built into the original contract, we've added various testing cycles. We've added 2 more payroll parallel cycles to give us 4. And I will say to you, we'll do more than that if those don't prove out within the tolerance that we have set for acceptance.
Thank you for that. And so as it relates to options for the go live, is it only being able to go live at the end of the calendar year? Because I think to Board Member Haynes's point, it does feel like the schedule is now being elongated even more when it's already a delay. And so I'm just curious, is that the rationale? It's like, because we're going to miss this date, we've got to figure out kind of how we fill up a year.
So this is not the first time we have done this. We've done this with the Lawson system, and we were close, but we weren't ready to flip the switch on January when we went live with payroll, and we moved it at the end of the first quarter. Our integrators are not recommending that, and that doesn't give us but 3 more months, which with what we have outlined here, we can't make that date. And then we hit the busy summer months, June, July, and August. So that's not an option to go up in July. And then we're being dictated by the state health that you can't go live in October, we cannot support you. So that then brings us to January, and which is an excellent cutover for a payroll system.
And then my last question, and the real reason why I wanted to make sure we had this discussion is it accurate or my understanding that by approving this contract that we would obligate our full kind of contingency and fund balance by making this decision?
I believe that is correct.
That decision had already been made. So when we approved the original contract in '24, it's linked up here. The decision to use fund balance was made at that time.
Okay.
So that was already.
But was
a
the
commitment.
decision to use all of it and to have it earmarked solely for this?
That's all, we only have 16 million available, and the contract was 16 million.
Okay, so yes, the decision was made
Yeah, I
to
think so, yes.
obligate all of the fund balance towards this. So if there is another delay, because I think the schedule just being elongated, I just want to make sure that we're all clear on what we're approving. If there's an issue, another issue that comes up, which in a year plus 6 months of hypercare, what contingencies or levers do we have?
So, slide 20, I think it's slide 22, she has it. These are our funding thoughts and opportunities. And so, one thing, DPI did fund us $5 million of the project. Second, I'm in the process of communicating with DPI and asking for additional funds, since there was an adjustment in the scope after we initiated the contract. That meeting's next week. As I indicated, we had the $16 million appropriated from fund balance. I've been aware that we have made this decision, and this is something that we have to fund. We have no choice. And so for years, I've been, the 3 years that I've been here, any dollars that are remaining at the end of the budget in June, we sweep. So unobligated funds or unspent funds of schools or departments, that's pulled into fund balance, and then those dollars can be used for the project. I've also been aware and conscious of indirect costs associated over the last 3 years, that increase related to COVID. We had $500 million over the COVID years, so we had an increase in indirect costs. So those dollars have been set aside for the project as well. And then increase in sales tax refund over the same period for the same reason, the COVID dollars. And then we have also included this in our 5-year forecast that's included in the budget. So we have a lot of things built in monitoring. Because this is one-time funds, it's a little bit easier to manage than reoccurring needs.
And accountability lies where? Is it with you, Dr. Salmon Hosey, or is it with Dr. Khan or Chief Khan or whatever?
It's with all three of us, all four of us. Dr. Woods, CHRO, Dr. Khan, Chief Klutz, and myself.
Right. Thank you.
So I just have one question in terms of funding. Can you explain what you mean, like we have to spend it? Like, what does that mean? I don't know what exact language you used or words, but something to that effect.
Well, the board committed to the contract, so we do have to fund the contract that we're committed to. And then, because we're gonna sunset the payroll system, we have to have a replacement.
Right, we committed to a contract, but a contract worth $14,605,705.
Right.
We didn't commit to a contract of $20,105,705.
That's right. That's why we're asking you for approval for the change order today.
Right, so that's not the have to spend reason. I mean, you get what I'm saying? Like, that doesn't make, that, I'm not tracking with that. But my question to you is really the fundamental thing that I have a question. So, NCDPI gave $5 million before. There's a possibility that they will give additional monies. And is there a projection of what that will be?
There is always a possibility. I don't think it's a probability, but it's not going to stop me from asking.
Yeah, because I'm wondering, so other districts are going through this same process, correct? So a smaller district wouldn't have $5.5 million extra typically. So I guess my question is, how is it being balanced out that districts are paying for this?
So many of the districts have not gone live on systems like Oracle or Tyler because they can't afford it or they're not in a position to make the move. So Guilford, of course, is doing this. Wake does not need to make the conversion yet, so they're not attempting this. I wonder if Ms. Hall would talk about our previous attempt at this prior to my start here.
Yes. In 2019, we followed suit with DPI and went with their selected software, Oracle, and their selected integrator, Cherry Road Technologies. Went through that project for 2.5 years, and it was a struggle. And we ended up having to separate from Cherry Road because they could not take us to a go-live. But that was the only option we had, because if we wanted money from DPI, we had to go with the selected software and the selected vendor. And so in February of 2022, we put it on the shelf and separated from them because it was obvious that they could not take us to go live. This go-round, we're with an integrator that we selected. We put a robust RFP out. We only looked at those who had K-12 experience, and AST had done more K-12 implementations with Oracle across the states than any other integrator, and with a lot of success. And what we're seeing now in this project with them is that they've brought us, they listened to us through discovery, they built requirements with us, they went away, designed and configured the system, and we're in system integration now, and we're having a high degree of access. First pass, and that doesn't usually happen. Usually you've got to take a couple of passes to fix the issues that come up in the testing that don't quite meet the requirements. So we feel much better about this implementation going forward with the integrator that we selected.
And I would like to just add that we are 3/4 of the way there. We are right on the cusp of realizing a full transition, where this has been going on for years if you count the previous integrator that was that we engaged with, Cherry Road.
Yeah.
And Lawson, our current system, is decommissioned, so it's going to be gone, and we're going to have a payroll system. We've got to have a payroll system, and we've got to do it right, because we don't want to experience what other districts have experienced. We want to be prepared, and we want to be ready, and we want to reduce any possibility that our people will be paid wrong. That's the worst thing that could happen. So those two things, we're almost there, and our current system is going to go away. So we've got to go somewhere. We've got to do something.
I just want to lift, I'm not challenging that. I think that it is I understand that. What I wanted to lift is, one, is this the most conservative option? And if it is the most conservative option, are there other options that, could be considered potentially if we did not want to eradicate the fund balance completely at this stage of the project? So that's really the question.
I think this is the most realistic option for us to take and to get to the finish line, to cross that finish line. This is it.
It has to be, right? Because,
It's got to be right, too. We don't want to
But for 18
rush
months,
anything.
there's no other, there's no contingent, that's all, right? So if you're taking the most conservative approach, then essentially you wouldn't be coming back here at all. And if there's a risk that you might come back here, which then it's like, is there another option to consider? That's all.
One of the things that I'm really concerned about here is the timeline itself. I don't have enough history to know about what happened when, and although we are a K through 12 organization, I get that there are some nuances. But I can tell you, in a Fortune 100 company where you have $56 billion in revenue, it does not take this long. The backlog that you suggest concerns me because, I'm sorry, not the backlog, sorry. The blackout period concerns me. It's been a while since I've been through a go live, but that's the thing that sticks out. And the reason it's causing me to ask questions about the timeline itself is because we're saying we need more money because of a timeline, but it looks like we have an expanded timeline over what I believe is realistic in a business a fraction of the size of businesses that I've been through a go live with. Now, I'm not trying to be a smarty pants here, but what I am saying is there a possibility to go back and take a review with the timeline? Work with us as a major customer of yours. You see that we're over here saying we can't have central office staff to do behavior work and all of these things. I question your timeline. And if the timeline is costing us money, then I'm questioning what's costing us this money. I want to sort of move on top of something that Dr. Hatch said. Y'all got to forgive me, I'm not feeling well tonight. But who determined that this was a realistic, most conservative timeline based on what other companies and corporations do? I get that we're K through 12. I get that. But I'm just really stuck on a 3-month blackout period. I think that right there can cause you a disaster because essentially that is a time period where people are doing manual processes and workarounds in a system. And so you can actually delay your process by being in a blackout period too long. And so when I see stuff like that, it's like, well, has this kind of thing been going on in the first place to make us have to come back to the drawing board? And so what is the possibility of a really good, strong review around this timeline? Does it have to be this amount of money? I feel like it's interesting that we get all the way to our finish line and now we need more money. And now we have an extended timeline that I don't know whether or not is realistic. And I want to have that validated for my own sense of security around this.
May I try to provide some clarification on the timeline? when we say blackout period, I don't think maybe we're defining it the same, so I just want to talk about why it's here for us. So I just want to start at the beginning on timeline. So our go live was January 1, 2027. Then we had the additional requirements and clarification on what a parallel meant for DPI and what a parallel meant for CMS and what a parallel meant for IBM. Those didn't necessarily mean the same thing. We weren't operating under the same definition. And I'm going to give you an example, and it's at the bottom of this slide. So in the scope of work, it said we would do a parallel for biweekly and monthly payroll. And so in IBM's definition, biweekly was one biweekly. In our definition and DPI's definition, we know that a biweekly happens twice in a month. Sometimes it happens 3 times in a month. So we were not comfortable only testing one biweekly payroll in a month because that's just not acceptable. DPI did not mean that either, but that's what it said on the scope, and so everybody interpreted it differently, and they priced it, and they did the timeline based on their understanding and not a common understanding. So when you run parallel for one biweekly payroll, you run it multiple times. You might run it 5 or 6 times depending on the number of errors that you get in the first payroll, in the first run. So running a biweekly payroll and 2 to 3 in 1 month takes an extended period of time. Same thing happened with, they did not include off-cycle in their understanding or definition or scope of work or timeline. Well, we run off cycles, and that's important to us that we get that right as well. So when we clarified what we mean by parallels and what they meant by parallels, and then DPI said, and to stamp it, we will not approve you to go live until you fulfill our requirements. And so us fulfilling DPI requirements was going to put us on a July 1st go live. So it would take that amount of time to extend. And myself, Dr. Salmon Hosey, Angie Wood, Keisha Khan, all got together and said that there was no way that we would put this district at such a risk to go live on a payroll parallels, on a payroll or HR system in our heaviest, busiest months when we need to be focused on hiring and staffing schools and making sure that these people are paid correctly. We thought the risk was entirely too high, knowing that our friends next door to us struggled with that for 2 to 3 years. We couldn't put the district in that type of risk. So the next potential place you could go is you would have to go to the next quarter. So you would have to go to October 1st. When we got to October 1st, the state health plan said, no, you can't do that. It's a blackout period. We have health insurance enrollment. You are not allowed to do that. So then you have to go to the next quarter, which is exactly where we think that we should have landed and to be most successful and not have risk to the district and issues that I know that we'll have if we were to convert on July 1st.
So where are our high-paid experts in all of this okay, I'm going to move on.
Any other questions? All right, are we ready for the motion? Turn to Dr. Hatch.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the superintendent's recommendation to amend the contract with IBM Corporation as presented.
Second.
Has motion been made and properly second? Is there any other discussion? All right, all those in favor by show of hand. It is 7 opposed. 1. I mean, 8, right? Okay. Motion carries. I turn to Dr. Witherspoon to make the a motion regarding 2026-27 Hawthorne Academy of Health Sciences and 2027 academic calendars.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the superintendent's recommendation for the revised 2026-2027 Hawthorne Academy of Health and Sciences calendar as presented.
Second.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ship. Is there, Dr. Witherspoon, would you like to speak to your motion?
Oh, thank you.
Any other comments? All right, all those in favor of the motion as presented by show of hands? Unanimous, Madam Clerk. The final motion for this evening is, I turn to board member Ship to make the motion regarding superintendent's 26-27 amended budget recommendation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to approve the amended 2026-2027 proposed operating budget, including the capital outlay and the enterprise fund budgets as presented, including the following adjustments. Strategy Adjustment 1, increase state salary assumptions to 5%. Strategy Adjustment 2, decreases Charlotte Virtual 3 teacher positions, increases Cochran Collegiate 1.5 teacher positions, increases Hidden Valley 1.5 teacher positions. Strategy Adjustment 3, eliminates $2.4 million, capturing kids' hearts, reallocates $1.6 million, social emotional learning, SEL, reallocates $800,000, RFP for direct to students SEL support. Strategy Adjustment 5, reinstates 4 DSS liaison positions. Strategy Adjustment 6, reallocation of $100,000 to increase family engagement.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Rankin. Board member Shipp, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes. First of all, I want to thank the superintendent and all the staff for the work you've done to get us here. As a former principal who has worked with budgets, this is hard work. This is heart work for me. And having been on the board now for 7 years, I always look at what is the impact to the schools. People excellence. Academics can't happen without people excellence. We must reach them to teach them. And it's never enough. Is it good enough? But is it better than where we were? I supported a pause so that we could work together to ensure that a highly qualified teacher is in every classroom with the support that they need to teach every child to their highest potential. Yes, this is difficult work. Yes, this is a tall task. The budget must be fully examined to ensure we are doing all that we can do to make this happen. It's about the people, the impact at the schoolhouse door, the children. And no, it's not perfect. Is it even good enough? But I know it is better than where we started, and we have so many constraints at the federal level, the state level, and the local level. And we're constantly balancing Maslow's, that SCS, and Bloom's taxonomy academics to ensure it happens each and every day. And that's the work. So I am in approval of the work we've done together collectively as a board and with the staff, the superintendent and her staff, to support this recommendation for strategy adjustments 1, strategy adjustment 2, strategy adjustment 3, strategy adjustment 5, and strategy adjustment 6. Thank you.
All right, board members, any other comments? Vice Chair Rankin.
I want to take this time first to say thank you to my colleagues for your willingness to serve and ask the hard questions and to ensure that with the responsibility we've given, you take it serious. So I appreciate everything you've done in time. This was a lot of time and dedication that we put into it. Thank you to Superintendent Hill and district staff for all the time and commitment you've put into this. We really appreciate your hard work as well. This was not easy. And I just want to say I think we're better because of this. When you have a new team, the first thing to do is you form. Then you have a storm. And we've been through this storming process. And the next step of that when you have a new team is norming. So I think we're in the process of norming, and at the end of the day, hope we'll perform. So I think we have a budget that we can all get behind and move forward, and looking forward to our outcomes at the end of this year. So thank you, everybody.
Any other comments? Ready for the question?
Call for the question.
All right, all those in favor of approving the revised 2026 superintendent budget recommendation by show of hands? This is unanimous, Madam Clerk.
Yay.
Board members, there being no further business, we are adjourned.